Welcome everyone to our work meeting for November 5th, starting at 5:32. As usual, we'll start out with our council reports. So council, do you have anything to report on any of your committees? We can start with anybody who wants to speak first.
Okay, I have a couple of different things. On our youth council, they have gotten the new board together, and so since I'm new to this too, and so is the leader, we need to find out when we're supposed to do the swearing in of the new kids. I don't know when that normally occurs or how that's done, or with everything going on, how it's going to be done or whatever.
In the past, they've just came to one of the council meetings.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then on one of the others, the Communities That Cares, I'll be attending. Are you attending tomorrow or Monday?
Yes, I am.
The mayor and I will be attending a key leader orientation tomorrow for our Communities That Cares. And then I had the opportunity this morning to not attend, but Zoom in to the Davis Chamber of Commerce legislative meeting, and the chamber has set as their three focuses for this year, education, healthcare, and economic development. And they've set goals in all of those areas. But one of the things that I wanted to share is regarding the upcoming legislative session. It will run this year from Tuesday, January 19th to March 4th because of the change that was accepted. President Adams is going to have more of a hybrid session so that there can be online participation. And this affects our youth council, but there will not be large groups permitted at the Capitol this year. So most likely the youth thing will be canceled. And no organized events will be permitted. They're building new committee rooms in the state and Senate office buildings to accommodate larger attendance at those meetings. And they normally when you go, you can leave a note and the legislator will come out. They're going to do away with the notes this year, but they still haven't figured out how they're going to respond, whether it'll be via a text or some other method. They're still working on that. So that's all I have to report.
That's a lot. And by the way, any of the council members, you guys are welcome to jump on this key leader meetings as well. There's one tomorrow and then Tuesday? Monday or Tuesday. So if you're interested, just get a hold of Dawn or myself and we'll set you up. Okay, anybody
It's
else?
2.5 hours long, so if you don't want to really jump on it.
Now you spoiled it. Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Councilman Morris.
Yeah, a couple of meetings. There was a Utopia meeting, middle of October, and just to highlight, in Layton City, we're fully built out for Utopia, over 20,000 availability as far as residential units, and we're about almost 7,000. So just right around 30% take rate, which is great because that helps.
That was our target, so that's good.
That helps.
We need to hit that target.
And there's plenty of space and plenty of room for others. It's been advantageous. I know we had during the early part of the pandemic with the kids home from college. I think we had 3 Zoom meetings going on at the same time in the house and no issue with the bandwidth or the computer speed. So we're great. It's great. So that's there's an event from last month. And then this week we had the Utah League of Cities and Towns hosted another town hall for it was an economic update and the COVID update. And the economic part of it probably depends more on the COVID part of it, on what we do as citizens throughout the state. Economy's coming back slowly. We see it here in Layton where things are going well, which is good. We had former Lieutenant Governor Greg Bell talk a little bit. He's now the CEO of the Utah Hospital Association. And he talked about the fact that, well, I'll just read what he said. He said that we've lost control of the situation with COVID, and we don't have a handle on it, were two things that he said verbatim, which is unfortunate, knowing what we can do to help prevent the spread. Today, overwhelming record today as far as cases go in the state of Utah, upwards of 2,800 cases. And at the same time in Davis County, over 300, which is 100 over any previous record.
Plus the school closure.
And we had Northridge go online. So Layton, we're up to almost 2,100 cases here that we've had during this time. Not sure what else you could say or what else we could do from here, other than it's up to all of us. I know there's been given some directions been given by the governor, with us being in the high transmission area in Davis County of keeping social gatherings to under 10 people, having activities with just your household, meaning those that are within the walls of your own home, which is tough to, because we love our families and we love getting together. So at the same time, it's not going anywhere, and would hate to see what happens next if we can't get this under control. We've done it before, wearing masks, 6 foot, we've got signs here. We know what to do. We just, for some reason, we're not doing it enough and to make a difference. So anyway, that was a sobering report from Greg Bell, and his main thrust was that the hospitals are in trouble and getting full. So yeah, please, yeah. So those were my two items.
So in addition to what Greg had to say at that is he talked about ICU beds, and one of the things that I thought was interesting is that there are different types of ICU beds, and he talked about for the COVID patients that they need the ones with negative pressure because of the infection, and so that even limits it a little bit more. And then in the meeting I was in this morning, Judy Williamson from the Layton IHC hospital said that they have COVID patients, but once they are intubated, they are then transferred to McCady because they only have 4 ICU beds at our Layton facility, and they can't handle the intubation. They needed to be at a larger facility. So I thought that was even more kind of concerning for our area, that the impact could be pretty real here.
Well, of the 17 beds available up there, 11 are occupied right now as of today. So it's serious. Okay. Anyone else? I will say regarding Utopia, I continually run into people that have not got it or question about it. So I think, as council members or anybody out there who's got it, let your neighbors know how wonderful it is, because I've had 3 other people now sign up since I've talked to them, just in the last probably 2.5 weeks. And I'm sure a lot of it has to do with bandwidth, but yeah, it's a great system. Okay, there's no other reports. We get to go on our training moment with our city attorney, Mr. Gary Crane.
Well, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I feel like it should run down from there. Just a thought. In all the years I was in scouting, I remember one instance in particular which taught me how a 12-year-old learns. There were a couple of them sitting around the campfire at night, and they were rolling in tissue paper leaves. You see where this is going, right?
Yeah.
There's this campfire, and there's this tissue paper and leaves in the tissue paper. And I thought, I know exactly what they're going to do. And the other boys were all standing around watching these two. And I said, you two, don't do what you're going to do. Because if you do, you'll regret it. And so I go into the tent for 5 minutes, and I come back out. And the 2 boys that had the tissue paper and the leaves had singed eyebrows and singed hair all the way up. And all I could say is, you did it, didn't you? And, oh, yeah, they did it. They lit it on fire, and it burned a lot faster than they'd seen on TV, right? So there are 3 ways of learning. One is that I can tell you all about it. The second one is you can experience it yourself. And the third one is that you can watch somebody else experiencing it. And I think the last two are most effective, maybe the last one. Hopefully you don't have to experience what they experienced in order to learn you don't light those things on fire. So what I thought we'd do tonight, and Tom, excuse me because you've already seen this, or anybody that was at the Planning Commission meeting has seen this, but there's two videos I want to show you just really quickly. They're Fox 13 clips, you've probably seen them, but what I'd like to do afterwards is ask you what these folks ought to learn from the experience that they've just gone through. So if you don't mind, lights, camera, and we'll do the first.
A Fox 13 News investigation has uncovered name-calling, insults, profanity, and general dysfunction within the Salt Lake City School Board. Some of it has been public during meetings to discuss the district's response to COVID-19, but not all of it. Fox 13's Adam Herbetz joins us now with what we've found.
Well, Kelly, Salt Lake City is still Utah's only public school district that is online only. No kids allowed in the classroom. The records we've reviewed show the COVID-19 debate has led to some unprofessional and possibly unethical behavior by school board members. The Salt Lake City School District has 7 board members. But only a few were willing to speak to Fox 13 about the messages they thought would remain private.
I'm sorry about that. Catherine needs to leave on what we're talking about.
But I'd like to end this meeting now.
Some parents have complained about a lack of professionalism at meetings.
I've seen the chat. I've seen myself get roasted in the chat.
Okay, let's not.
This is an important part. This is.
One parent decided to take it a step further.
What's going on behind the scenes that we're not being told?
Raina Williams, who has 5 children in the district, filed a public records request asking for copies of school board emails and text messages. Together, we read hundreds of them.
I can't believe you went through all those emails.
And some stood out more than others. I'll let you read it because there's some words not appropriate for church.
You gotta be kidding me.
On July 21st, Catherine Kennedy was upset when the board meeting didn't end on time.
We've never stopped at a hard stop when we put on.
Instead of leaving early, she started typing a colorful message to board president Melissa Ford.
I would never talk that way about colleagues or clients.
And if that's a language she uses to express herself, then evidently she needs to go back to school and get some more English words that she can use without using filth.
I move that we adjourn now.
With that, the meeting ended just a few weeks before the start of school, but still no reopening plan for more than 20,000 kids and their parents to start getting ready. During that same meeting, board member Mike Nemelka wasn't texting.
I'm technology illiterate. I don't send text to anybody.
But he was playing solitaire.
I'm not gonna lie, I did, sure I did, but I knew what was going on. Playing solitaire is no different than those guys in there texting while they're listening to what's going on.
Records show board members Nate Salazar and Sam Hansen exchanged at least 200 text messages, often complaining about parents or principals who disagree with their opinion to keep students online.
I'm frustrated that a decision hasn't been made yet.
One of their targets was Jared Wright, the principal of West High.
Gosh, guys, that's just so backhanded. Jared Wright was the principal of 2 of my sons. He has an excellent reputation.
In some cases, they don't respect the principals at all.
Mike Nemelka's biggest concern has to do with emails, especially the ones that were intentionally sent to everyone except him.
Thought you might be interested in an additional set of school safety concerns. I have not bothered to send it to Mr. Nemelka since I doubt he will be receptive.
That's clearly against district policy, and Nemelka believes it's also a violation of Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act, a state law that is supposed to stop elected officials from privately colluding on public policy. The penalty is a Class B misdemeanor.
I was taught this the very first year I was there. You can't even send an email to 4 people.
It's pretty obvious from watching the board meetings that anytime Michael tries to speak, he's kind of written off.
Masks do the job.
Do you think that there are things missing?
Yes, absolutely.
3 of the board members did not supply complete text messages.
Are you Michelle?
Yeah.
My name's Adam. I'm with Fox 13 with the news.
Hi.
Michelle Tuitupo says that's because she typically deletes her messages, which she started doing even before joining the school board. Nate Salazar and Catherine Kennedy have ignored multiple requests for comment.
They need to be very transparent of what's going on. I tried to get along with them all, but they just don't think the same way I think.
We reached out to the spokesperson for the Salt Lake City School District. She referred us to the employee handbook, which indicates there are likely multiple violations here. Otherwise, the district would not comment. You can read all of the messages between board members that we've received on fox13now.com. Reporting in studio, Adam Herbets, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Okay. So how many of you have seen this? How many of you saw it? So they've got singed eyebrows, singed hair, the whole 9 yards, right? And what do we learn by looking at it? 2 particular sets of laws were violated, right? The Open Meetings Act and Grandma, right? And what do you learn from this? Just a couple things. I'm not going to take long, but just a couple things. What do you learn from this, from their experience? What can you learn from their experience? Anything? Should you be texting when you're on the podium to each other? No.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Can you text outside of a meeting to each other about something you're going to make a decision on? There's nothing that prohibits you from texting each other outside of a meeting. However, if 3 or more of you get together on a text and begin to make a decision about something that is before you to make a decision on, then the same rules governing open meetings and what a meeting is and when you can make decisions apply in that situation. Now, can you just text each other about issues in the city? Sure you can. There's no problem with that. What about recognizing what is and is not discoverable that you have in your possession, in your phone, on your computer? How far do you think the press could go if they sent a grandma request to this public body? Could they go to their text messages? Anything to do with the school district, their text messages? Yep, they could. Could they go as deep as to ask for all of their emails to any member of the school board or regarding anything that the school board was discussing at the time? Yep. Yeah, they can do that. How many did he say they had? They come up with over 2,000, I think is what they said, or emails back and forth, and especially the 2 gentlemen that were on the board. And then the exclusion of the other member became real obvious as to what was happening. Can you do that type of thing? Are you allowed to exclude another member of the council in the decisions that you make? The answer is no, you can't. You don't have the right to do that. The whole purpose of the Open Meetings Act is to be able to have public bodies make decisions on public matters and deliberate on public matters in public meetings. And if you're deliberating about a matter that you're going to have to make a decision on or that you are responsible for making a decision on, and you're doing it outside of a public meeting, it probably is not appropriate. And hopefully you never end up on TV. And hopefully you never end up in using, I've never come across a body in Layton City that has ever used language like that lady used on, in referring to each other or even referring to citizens. That's horrible. Anything else that you might have questions on regarding what happened there? That's pretty self-evident, isn't it? There's a whole series of articles. After this, they actually had another article, and we don't have time, otherwise we'd play it. But the other article actually had a BYU expert on open meetings and political governments. And he outlined the things that were violated. You know, the sad thing is, how many kids were in that school district? They said about 20,000 kids. And they all suffered because of the politics of what was going on that night. No decision was made. No plan was put together, for how they would handle it. That's probably the bigger problem, is that when this type of thing goes on amongst council members and board members, it wastes the public's time, that valuable time that you have together to be able to make important decisions. And I think probably that's the biggest downfall or harm that occurred as a result of that. Anyway, I've got to tell you, I appreciate you. I appreciate our council. I appreciate the past councils of Layton City. I've been here almost 30 years, and I have never had anything even close to that happen on any council in Layton City, and grateful for that. And I look at this council, it's not going to happen, but it's good to know at least the principles behind these types of things that are happening out there. So any other questions?
Yeah, I got a question, kind of came from the Planning Commission when Mason presented it. He was a little more tough, saying that they really shouldn't talk to each other at all outside the meetings, but it is okay one-on-one. Me and Zach could talk, me and Clint could talk, as long as there's not three of us, right?
That's correct, yeah. That's correct. That's good policy. That's
And
good
then
policy.
My question more was, they talked a little bit about, and they're a little different than us as elected people because they're appointed, but he was talking about, if I go and talk to a citizen or a citizen comes to me, can you explain a little bit what needs to be disclosed in the meeting from that conversation?
Okay. If I were speaking to the Planning Commission, I would tell them not to talk to citizens outside of the meeting about decisions that they're making, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. Don't go to a group meeting, a neighborhood meeting, those types of things. City councils are a little bit different because you're a legislative body and you are elected to listen to people. When you do listen to people, the best approach, especially if it's on something that you're making a decision on, I discourage you from going to, for example, a neighborhood meeting on your own outside of the council, because they don't get the true essence of what was discussed at that meeting. You do, but they don't. The rest of the council does not. And so I discourage that. I don't think that's a good idea. But at the same time, if you bump into somebody at the grocery store and talk to them about some of the issues, the best thing for a city council to do, the elected body to do, is to disclose during the course of the discussion on the matter who you've talked to and what you've talked about. And that's probably the best advice I can give you, is make sure otherwise it really does come back to bite you, because somebody's going to stand up at the podium and they're going to say, well, Tom was at the meeting, or I met Tom at the grocery store the other day, and he said he was in favor of my application and that there's no way that the council should vote against this application. And that comes back to bite you. It really does, because we've had that happen on a number of occasions where new council folks have gone out, and it really is the newer council folks, when they take the position, they're excited, to go and respond to citizen requests. And we've seen that backfire and just come around to bite them right in a public meeting. So does that help answer the question? So you can talk to others, but disclosure is the best way, and I would avoid it if it's something you're having to make a decision on.
Yeah, I've heard you tell us that before, but some of these new guys maybe haven't.
That's a good question. Very good question. So, any other questions? Okay, thanks.
Only other advice I'd say is that if you do get cornered or feel pressured to kind of meet with somebody, make sure you take another council person with you.
Yes.
Because you do not want to go by yourself.
Yeah. Just don't take two.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard Tom say
Yeah.
that.
One.
Just don't take two. Just one.
Take one other one. Take someone with you.
Take one of the mayor.
That's right.
Yeah, rope me in, no.
Well, the mayor is a
I'm good
member of
with
the
that.
council, and she will vote in the event of a, tie,
Tie.
right? So don't take the mayor. Okay, yeah.
So does she still count? Because it was my understanding that you could have two council person and the mayor because they don't vote.
Well, you can, but you take the risk that she may disqualify herself from voting on an issue if one council member were absent and the issue came up and you had to make a decision. Then you're the third council person for that. It's called a 6-member council form of government, and each one of you are council members. One is restricted to controlling the meetings, but you at the same time are able to vote in the event of a tie. So I'd stay away from 3 of you getting together. So.
Okay. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate that training moment. We'll move on to item number 3, which is a presentation by Steve Jackson regarding the precast wall for Gordon Avenue.
Mayor and Council, it's good to be with you tonight. I guess I'm sorry I'm hitting the power button here, the volume button. Just wanted to kind of give a brief overview of the Gordon Avenue wall that was approved to be constructed in the last council meeting on October 15th. As many of you know, the Gordon Avenue project is being completed with the US 89 project, and the extension of that roadway has been included as part of the US 89 project. It's been in the works for years here in Layton City, and as part of that project, we have proposed to build a wall on the north side of Gordon Avenue from approximately 2030 east all the way to 2575 east in the existing developed areas to help with some of the mitigation that this new road will potentially have on the residents there. So just wanted to go over briefly the bid that was received by ADC Corporation. They're the same company that has constructed and installed the wall along Layton Parkway that you see as you drive down that roadway. Every one of the bid items here is not an estimate, but an approximation, because the location of the wall had not been determined at the time that we were requesting the bids, but the necessity kind of presented itself a little bit earlier than we anticipated. As UDOT was completing this 89 project, they accelerated the construction of Gordon Avenue because they were restricted in some of the areas that they had proposed to build this summer, and so Gordon Avenue was not programmed to be done until next summer, and they've actually accelerated it quite a bit. So we're playing a little bit of catch up, but we're happy that UDOT has partnered with us and made this possible. So every one of the bid items here is in this bid so that we can proceed with the construction. We've got some locations where the wall has been reduced in length because of some conditions with site distance and other easements and things, but as we go through the bid, you could see that the total bid was about $350,000. And as we look at the items, if we need to add an additional column, there's a bid item for that. So we would just go through each line item and add or subtract. It's very common for our bids to end up that way. And overall, if there's an issue with the amount that's been budgeted, then we would bring that back to Alex and discuss how we need to cover that through either a budget amendment or a budget transfer of some kind. So part of the project is to construct this wall. It's about 3,000 feet of 8 foot tall precast wall. And like I mentioned, it would be on the north side of Gordon Avenue. As you could see in this map that was attached with the previous packet from the council meeting, the areas, if I can scroll out here just a little bit more, the areas in blue and green are proposed to have the wall on the north side. The areas in pink are adjacent to open fields and undeveloped land, and so the proposal is not to install the walls in those locations until development occurs. The wall on Layton Parkway consists of 3-foot sections that drop down at the intersections. This particular location, because of the grades and the site distances that we're dealing with, we've chosen to eliminate those 3-foot sections of wall in order to remain compliant with the site distance requirements and the safety of the roadway that we need to have. So the road The walls will start, but they will start away from those intersections. A couple of places to take note of is at the cottages at Valley View subdivision. There is a petroleum gas line that runs through the city, and at this location we cannot put the wall inside that easement, so the wall will start a little bit further back, but it will cover the backyard of this home at 2158 East. So a second item to make note of is we've talked to the property owners. The only house that fronts or has their front of their house facing Gordon Avenue is this one at 2123. This property owner has requested that we not install a wall across their front yard so that they don't have that impact of the wall there. They're well aware that there will be traffic on the road, but they have asked for that, and since we are not installing the wall across this section of field, we felt like that was a reasonable request, and they've agreed to sign a letter stating that they are petitioning not to have the wall on that property. And then as we go further east here, we'll install the wall up to the UDOT property, and then as UDOT chooses what they do with their property in the future, there will be an extension of that wall into the frontage road to the east there. So there is one section that in the bid includes a retaining wall at Lincoln Adams property at 2154. In this area, there's some substantial grade changes that need to happen, and so we've programmed in a retaining wall that then will have this decorative wall on top of it. That wall will be anywhere from 4 to 6 feet tall in that area. So aesthetically, in the bid package, there were 3 photos that were provided or in the council packet from last week or last time. And so this is the gray base option that we have discussed with the contractor. The gray base is a little bit different than our Layton Parkway wall that has the beige or tan color on it. This gray will blend and match better with what UDOT is doing aesthetically on Highway 89, so we felt like that was a better choice for this section of the wall. And then this retaining wall is a 2-foot by 4-foot block that we propose to be constructed there so that it kind of matches the same proportions of the wall that's being proposed. The question that needs to be answered by you as the council is there's some accent choices that we have that they've proposed. One is all 3 of them have the gray base, but there is a beige accent, and I'll try and zoom in on this. It's a little bit difficult to see that beige color. It's the same beige accent color that is in Layton Parkway, but you can see a little bit of those beige accent colors in that wall. Or there is the option at no additional cost to put in the beige accent with a darker gray accent, which really kind of, I think, makes the wall a really nice aesthetic feature for this. So as a matter of consistency, the wall will have whatever accent or whatever feature you would like on the side that faces Gordon Avenue. On the back side of the wall against the homes, we have told the property owners that we can either leave it with just the base gray color, the sealant basically that will help protect the concrete, or they can choose whatever accent the council chooses to put on the other side of the wall. Since the last council meeting, the contractor has completed all of the paperwork, so the insurance and the bonds and the contract documents to be able to get started on this project. They've also started ordering the material for the wall, the steel I-beams, and also getting the concrete into production. There's a concrete shortage going on. If you haven't heard, even the 89 project is dealing with some shortage of concrete supplies. So we've been fortunate that the contractor has been able to jump on this and start the production of these panels. There's approximately 200 panels that need to be manufactured for our section of wall, as well as just the general preparations that need to happen to mobilize onto the site. We've worked with UDOT to find a place for them to actually stage and work so they can be close to the site as they finish these walls up. And then as a matter of the the process from our staff at the city. My assistant, Alan McCain, has been instrumental in talking to every single homeowner, contacting them directly, meeting with them on site to make sure that any site concerns are addressed, any concerns that the homeowners might have can be taken into consideration as we move forward, and then also coordinating the final location and designs of these walls with the site distances. So one of the other items that you should be aware of is there's been a couple of homeowners who have requested that this wall only be 6 feet in height. We have discussed that internally as staff, and we recommend that we remain at the 8-foot height for consistency, functionality. Obviously, the wall is not 100% designed to be a sound wall, but it will act as a sound wall in these locations, and dropping that height will not give it the same look or appearance and consistency along this whole corridor, but it will also not function as well as a noise barrier or a visual barrier to the roadway. So with that, if there's any questions I can answer, I'd be happy to. And then if I could get an opinion from the council on which accent or which color scheme they would like to go with, and we can go from there. So
yeah, so have the citizens been generally accepting of it then?
yes, every one of them is accepting of the wall, apart from a few that want the 6-foot height. Everybody is really happy that the wall is going in. It's been long awaited, and they've been asking about it ever since they saw the road construction happening, and we're trying to kind of meet our end of the communication we've had, which is we want to make sure that the wall goes in before we see all of the traffic that will potentially come from having a new interchange up there on 89 and Gordon. So, and
then strictly on the north side,
yeah,
it's Ovation homes where their vinyl fences, that'll just stay the way it is?
Yeah, that'll stay the way it is. That's very similar to the way that Roberts Farms is down on Layton Parkway over by Kennington. The subdivision down there west of Angel Street, there's a vinyl fence on the south side. A couple of reasons for that. The fence is already installed, and it's against the landscape buffer. So they have a 10-foot trail with a 5-foot. Let me see if I can find the cross section here. There's a 10-foot trail with a 5-foot landscape buffer, and then 5 feet behind that as well. So there's a 20-foot buffer on that south side of the road. The homes on the Ovation subdivision actually sit a little bit lower than Gordon Avenue, where most of these homes on the north side sit a little bit higher than Gordon Avenue. So we've chosen to only put the wall on this north side.
And then my other question is, the staining on it, is that when they cast it, or is that after?
No, it's after. So they will cast them and stand them up, and then they come back in and paint them and seal them. So we have a little bit of time to make a decision, but we'd like to know sooner than later if these are an acceptable color scheme to the council.
Okay, and lastly, my vote is for the last one, that one.
The dual accent, the double color.
You say
accent.
It doesn't cost any extra for that?
No, they confirmed with us. This is essentially it's the same accent treatment that the Layton Parkway wall has, with just a different color scheme.
Right. So that's a stain that actually sinks in the concrete, doesn't flake off, doesn't peel off or anything. Yeah,
it's and there will be a gray. Even though the concrete is gray, there's a gray base coat that they put on as well to help seal and protect the concrete.
Okay, well,
in addition, so.
Do they?
Thank you.
Is there like a mow strip underneath it, or just so you're going to have undulation in the? Or
no, there will be places like this where it will be left, and you'll maybe have a 2-inch, 1 to 3 inch gap underneath it, possibly. But we will come back in as part of our landscaping and probably fill those in as needed.
So that we won't have the holes underneath it?
Yeah, it's not intended to have holes everywhere underneath it.
Okay.
No.
Steve, the second picture shows a tan retaining wall. I don't care if it's 1 or 3, but I would really hope that the retaining wall is like the first picture, that it's the gray.
No, this is the actual picture of that block wall. Yeah, this one is a keystone wall. We chose not to use that because it's proportionally not quite as aesthetically pleasing as this other wall is. obviously will cover the same area that needs to be retained, but we felt like proportionally that wall is the color and the choice that we want to go with, so.
Anybody else want to weigh in?
Well, I'm with Tom. I like where they come in after and paint make it look like they're separate. That right there, yeah.
You would prefer this double accent colored and, okay.
And that's what we have on the Parkway right now, right?
Right.
Yeah, we have a double accent on the Parkway, just with a little bit different shading.
I know you have the one side. People don't let me in their backyard, so.
It is on both sides on the Parkway, and one of the maybe only negative things we've heard about the wall on the Parkway is that a lot of homeowners felt like they didn't want the accent colors because it didn't blend with their home colors and their aesthetics in their backyard. And so we felt like giving them the choice between either the base only color or the accent would help with that. And
can they paint it?
Yeah, they can. I mean, we're not going to go back in there and police them if they want to choose to paint it, but
yeah,
there wouldn't be any kind of warranty from the wall company to come in and take care of any colors they chose to put back there.
So Steve, I have one quick question.
Yeah.
On the home that actually faces Gordon there towards the east side, the single home, and they are willing to sign a letter stating that they do not want the wall. Will you verify or make sure that the verbiage is in there, that transfers with ownership should they sell?
Yeah, our Gary's team is working on that with us to make sure that is very clear, that it will be recorded against the property, that if they sell, then the future property owners cannot come in and request that the city install the wall for them.
Okay. Well, for what it's worth, I'm in favor of the third one as well. I like the multicolor.
And then, Steve, when I met with
It's
you.
an opinion.
When I met with you before, Steve, we talked about where there's already vinyl fence and that those are coming down, correct?
Yeah,
And
the
this goes up.
proposal is that there are 3 homes at about 2150 in this area. There are 3 homes here. They have a 6-foot vinyl fence right here, and in order to maintain that aesthetic and also the consistency that we're trying to have, but also the noise abatement, the 8-foot wall is proposed to go across the back of all 4 of those properties. As a matter of fact, the couple of homeowners are on this west end. They're the 2 that have really wanted the 6-foot wall. We've tried to explain why we think the 8-foot is the better decision, and that's where the city is, where the staff is. So that's what we're recommending, that we keep maintaining. Just as a point of maybe interest for you all, they're going to start right here at the 2158 East House. They need to work uphill. And where the western 4 homes back on the Oak Ridge Circle are not quite ready for the wall because UDOT's still doing some work, they're going to start right here at 2158 and work east, and then they'll have to build the retaining wall and kind of proceed west to east on this project.
So Steve, right straight south of that, where that proposed senior center is, what will happen there on that side then? There won't be a wall?
There won't be a wall on that south side, no. It'll, whatever.
Even once it develops?
Yeah, well, I guess if the senior center wants to put in the wall or something, we could discuss that. But right now, the wall is only proposed on that north side.
So there would be no requirement for him to do it there necessarily?
Yeah, that's probably a question for maybe Chad and his group with fencing. I don't know that we would require a fence along the frontage of a more kind of residential commercial use that you know of, so. Sorry, I don't mean to.
Well, while he's looking that up, that begs the question then, as this road continues to develop going west, do you foresee the wall only being on the north side and never the south side? Or, because, I mean, if it's a noise barrier.
Pretty much golf course, isn't it?
You know.
Yeah, to the south here.
It opens up down below, though.
Because any of the properties to the south are lower than the road, the reality is that those fences don't necessarily work as much as a noise abatement as they, or maybe a visual block of the road. So it's not to say it can't happen, but right now we're only planning it on the north side, and then depending on how the properties to the west develop, we would make that decision at that time. I'll let Chad talk to that question about maybe possible fence along that
So the code, the way the code reads is that that's a requirement on these arterial collector streets when it's an R1, R2 zone. I think this was zoned a different district. Maybe Tim can even chime in on what that zoning was put in place there on that property, but with that different zoning, that wouldn't be a requirement. And in reality, if it's really a standard for when lots have double frontage. This one, in this case, it's kind of a corner lot rather than a double fronting lot. Double frontage means you have a front on one side and a rear on the other side. Corner lots when you have frontage on two streets. So, with that different zoning and the just the commercial residential nature of it, this is not going to be a requirement. Can you see what that zone is on there, Tim? Do you have the zoning map?
I've got the controls here. Maybe I'll.
Oh yeah, excuse me.
And maybe just another point of clarification while Tim's looking that up. The trail is being constructed all the way to the west to the Andy Adams Reservoir trailhead parking that is down there right now. So there will be a 10-foot asphalt trail all the way across that property as well that then will have a landscape buffer and items on it.
Is that on the south? Or
It's on the south side, yeah. The trail is all the way out, is on the south side. It will run all the way from the Andy Adams trailhead or parking area down there all the way to the east to the frontage road at Gordon Avenue there. The blue one.
It's zone PB, so that's a different zone. Those standards for those walls and fences along arterial and collector streets wouldn't apply to that property.
All right.
Thanks.
So it sounds like maybe there's a consensus to go with the double accent colors, so we'll move forward with that. And then, like I say, the contractor's planning to mobilize next week, so we'll hopefully see some things going on up there, and it'll be exciting to watch. So
Just, I don't know if I missed it, but the homeowner has the ability to say yay or nay.
To the accent color,
accent.
yeah,
not the wall.
and Alan has already discussed that with each one of them as he met, and wanted to make sure that we're all aware of what kind of impacts there would be, how we can tie back the existing fences that are there on the sides and all of those things. So I think we're well on our way to get this moving and get it taken care of. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up will be Joellen Grandy. Or Grady, she's actually going to take the next two items, and then Mr. Price will be up after that.
Well, hello. Thank you so much. We're excited to be here. I will move quickly because I know there's a lot to be talking about and other topics as well, but we've been very busy in the Parks and Rec Department. We're excited about these projects. So we have two resolutions that we will be sharing with you today about firm selections that we've been working on. This first one is for the future Harmony Place Park site, which is located at 2525 West 100 South in Layton. It's over there in the Harmony Perry Homes Development PRUD area. We had an RFP issued out, and we had 10 different firms who responded to our RFP. We provided an opportunity for each one of them to be able to be interviewed and to present their RFP package. We had a panel of 7 different jury members on the team. It was a mix of city staff from the Parks and Rec Department. We had some Parks and Rec Commission members on that, as well as council members and our mayor as well. So each of these firms that had submitted, we did scoring for them. They were divided up into two sections, basically. There was a scoring of 70 points based on judging on their skill level, and then the rest of the 30 points was assigned to their fee proposals. Just quickly, we ran through each one of those firms. We had a proposed fee range from the lowest being $68,800 to the high range of $130,240 for design services. We identified Design West Architects, a fee of $70,855 with a score of 29.1 out of 30, along with their other technical fee score equaling 90 points out of 100, and they were identified as our top firm that we would like to hire at this time. I will go to the next one if that's all right, and then maybe at the end, if there's any questions, we can circle back. The second resolution is with regards to the Ellison Park Pickleball Complex firm selection. This is to do an 8-court pickleball complex there that on the east side of Ellison Park next to Cold Creek Way. In a similar manner, we had this RFP issued out. We had 11 firms that responded to the RFP, and we also gave them the opportunity to be interviewed and to present. We also had a jury of 7 people there to help with scoring. As we evaluated all of the proposals, we identified Design West Architects also as the high scorer. They had a proposal score of 60.9 and a fee score of 29.1, which gave them a total score of 90 points out of 100. Their fee was $70,855. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm on the first one. I apologize.
Thanks.
Oh dear. Okay. So Design West Architects fee was just $29,620. I don't say that money very often, so that's why. So I apologize about that. Their proposal score was 67.9, and their fee score was 30. So they came to a point of 97.9 out of 100, and so they also have been identified as the team that we would like to hire at this time. With that, I will open it up to any questions that you may have.
Just a kind of more of a comment, especially on the Sunburst Park. I think it was so great what you guys did with the residents out there. As this design company starts designing this, will they take those comments from the residents?
Yes, we will be providing all of those comments. They'll be scanned and shared with them, and so they'll be able to review those as well.
And really curious, did the little kids come up with anything of real value?
Oh, they had a lot of good comments about the playground, which I think will be very helpful because that's what they really love. So we'll definitely highlight that to our designers, let them know about them.
Excited for it.
Just a general question. How do we come up with the names for the parks?
That usually occurs at the very end, and I believe it's you guys.
Okay. So we could have the Dave Thomas Memorial Park?
No.
Just with that, that's true. You guys will have the final say, but I know in the past, often the parks have kind of inherited the name, which kind of associated with the development that's nearby, but it's definitely open to whatever you guys would like to call it.
Okay. Thank you.
So what about the Andy Adams courts? Are they separate, or are you guys just taking care of those, or?
Yeah, we've got construction documents prepared for that, and we're hoping to put those out to bid this fall, so we can get ourselves queued up, ready to go first thing for spring. So.
Okay, so you guys just took care of that all in-house and the.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They listened to what we said on the 2 meetings ago, or back when we gave them their marching orders.
We will be bringing that back to council when the construction numbers come in.
Any other questions?
I just have one on an unrelated topic, but since I have the Parks and Rec people here, I have had multiple questions regarding the walking track at Shoreline. Is it open, and will it be opened in the near future if not?
It is open now, and the gym is open. We're doing pickleball. Well, not pickleball. We moved pickleball to Legacy, but we are having some of our athletic programs, basketball and volleyball down there, and then that gym is open for their use in the evenings.
And do you know the hours?
The track
Same
and
hours?
the exercise equipment as well.
Oh, okay. And do you know what the hours are?
No, I don't.
5 minute will find it. That's why I'm asking.
I believe it should be right about 5 o'clock is when we take control of that gym. So that's typically when we start our programs. And then we have committed to keep that open until 10.
Okay. And the fee is still being charged for just the use of the track, correct?
It is. They can come into the office. They can purchase a punch pass, or I'm sorry, a monthly pass where they can do a punch pass also. It's quite, a wonderful rate for the facility that you have. It's simply, I think, of $1 if you buy a punch pass, $1 in the evening. Or
Sorry,
$1 a visit.
that this is off topic, but with the COVID going on, and if you have opened up the equipment, is somebody there cleaning that constantly, like they are supposed to be in gyms?
We do. We have a person at these gyms each evening that not only monitors the activities that are going on, but they're cleaning and supervising our staff down there.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on those two topics? Very good, we get to move on.
Very
You're
good.
at the podium already, so go ahead and talk about the betterment agreement.
We are, if I might add, thrilled to have Design West on board. They are one of the most stable firms around. They've been in business for 125 years as a design firm out of Logan, and a real good team. So we're happy to have them involved. So this evening I have the pleasure of introducing Resolution 2065. This evening I have the resolution, or the privilege of introducing Resolution 2065, which is a betterment agreement between the Utah Department of Transportation and Layton City for the Case Creek pedestrian box culvert to be constructed within the scope of the U.S. Highway 89 Farmington to 184 in Davis and Weber counties. As we've shown you this before, I think you're familiar with what we're looking at. This is a sample of a box culvert very similar to what we're looking at. This one is up in Park City. The location that we're looking at is right at the bottom of your screen there. I wish I had a pointer right where the dotted line is. That's the position that this, or the location of this underpass. This is shows and demonstrates how it connects to our trails around the area. And it also demonstrates an important aspect that connection, or the interchange on the north there, does not have a pedestrian crossing. And so this will become the closest and most safe and effective way to get people from the east to the west and west to east. This demonstrates the closer view of the location and how it will connect to our trails. The culvert is one aspect of this project, and so it's important that you understand this evening that there's two components to this. The first one is the UDOT Betterment Agreement, and that has a distinct price tag with it. The second one that we'll talk about is the trail connections that need to be associated. And so the UDOT Betterment is strictly inside their construction limits. The second component of this project that we'll talk with you about is from the UDOT project through to our trails. And so we'll need to have trails that connect to this culvert to make it effective. And so we'll talk about both of those. This demonstrates our financial plan for this project. The blue header there is for the UDOT betterment agreement. And as you can see, the cost on that is $1,089,450. This also demonstrates the funding strategy that we've been working on for multiple years now. The green indicates secured monies that we've received from outside agencies and our Layton City Prop 1. The two red ones there are ones that we're looking forward to in this next year's budget. As you can see, one is a Utah Outdoor Recreation Grant that we have already received once, but it timed out, and they have indicated that they're still willing to fund this, but they would like us to resubmit. And so we feel very good about that one. So that is the dollar amount we're talking about with the betterment. The other component will come later, and that is the trails that connect to this underpass. This dollar amount you see there is $709,605. This is an estimate at best. It is a conservative estimate based on some UDOT designs and costing. If we move ahead with this project, we will go out and hire our own engineer to do this work. We believe that we have looked at some cost-saving measures that will be able to bring this down, but we wanted to bring it to you in its rough form. We believe that this number can come down in the future through some creative design work and shortening of the trails, but in case that doesn't happen, we wanted to be honest with you and demonstrate what you're looking at financially. Again, this also demonstrates how we plan to pay for this. We feel very comfortable with these things. We did receive an email on the $395,000 grant that they feel that we are in line to be awarded that. They just have to walk through the process. And so that's a good grant that we'll receive in the future. Joellen has been extremely diligent about searching out these grant opportunities and about acquiring the money. And so that's been a great thing. We will continue to do that to lessen the burden on the city. But this is financially, this is a large project. And we want you to know exactly where we are financially on it, and hope that you feel like we do, that this underpass is an important connection for our city, for trails, safe routes to schools, and biking and hiking. We are building this not for this next year. We are looking to build this for the future of Layton. So, do you have any questions?
Yeah. I didn't see, but it's a drawing or a picture of another one. Are there lights in it?
There will be, yes.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, it's awful dark, especially now, 5, 6 o'clock, so.
No, we're working with UDOT to make sure that happens.
Okay.
So my question is on the trail connections and stuff that you showed on your map. And maybe it's too early, but do you foresee any problems with getting right-of-ways through some of those properties, or?
On the east side, it's on the right side of the drawing there. That one, if we move to the south or down screen, that is private property. That's one of the things we're looking at design-wise. We'd like to turn that trail and move directly to the north and stay on UDOT property. And if we can do that, which we believe we can, we will reduce the need for that taking of property or the acquiring of property.
And what about the one going west that showed down towards Hobbs Reservoir?
Yeah, that one is on UDOT property, and we don't anticipate any need for additional property there.
The one that shows all the way down to the lake?
No, the one that goes to the sidewalk there by that home.
Yeah, the one on this picture.
Yeah, the next section is just to connect the underpass to the sidewalks and to the nearest pathway. The trails that go down to Hobbs Creek would have to be a different project.
That's not included in this project then?
That is not
Okay.
included.
You're talking the more bolder yellow dashes, not the little ones?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you go back one more, Dave? Oh, back. Yep, whoop, right there. I had shared this and had some folks reach out up where it says proposed Case Creek Trail connection, the green. Those green dots.
Yes.
That group of citizens were concerned. I know Joellen, she responded and said, yeah, we'll make sure, but if that's something that we decide to, or we want to look at, that we'll involve them and have that discussion and have that not just happen. Just.
I'm sorry, Glenn,
So you've
were
got
they
the
homeowners?
Yeah, the
adjacent to
homeowners
that
there, because
trail?
that'll be in their backyard. For, at least that's the concern. And so if we do that, then I'm assuming we'll have some public input. They'll be able to have some input on that.
We will have public input on that, but we also are on a different property. We're not in their backyard.
No, I understand that. There was just concern about having the trail there and having people there and as I sent that email to you and Joellen, and she was like, yeah, we'll
that's just our
we'll be good
method of
neighbors is
operation.
what we'll be good neighbors. That's but would love to have if we decide to do that. I just don't want that just to happen. Let's let them know what's going on and not surprise them.
And it will happen most likely as development occurs on that property. And so there will be options as that property moves forward in the future. We've attempted to talk with the property owner right now, and they just are not interested at this point because of the possibility of future development.
Sure.
We don't know exactly what they'll choose to do as a family, but we'll work with them either way.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, council? No? Very good.
Thank you.
That was good for both of you guys. Thank you. You're not leaving without a cookie either.
What's that?
Because you're not leaving without a cookie.
Oh, I'm usually good for cookies.
Here, pass them. While we're getting ready for Chad to come up, he's got the next two items. I'm going to pass the tray. Actually, I'll carry it on down.
I'm going to go ahead and just jump in, Mayor, if that's okay, since we're limited on time. We've got two items scheduled. One of the items is also on your regular agenda, so we'll probably spend, if it's all right with the council, spend the majority of our time talking about the item that's not on our regular agenda, which is a proposed amendment that's been reviewed by our Planning Commission. It's an amendment to change some of the land uses in the mixed-use zones, or mixed-use TOD zones, to provide some additional flexibility, particularly related to mixed-use development. A recent mixed-use development applicant came forward and asked if there was a way that we could consider, with the changes to market conditions, with recent changes to office and retail trends that we've seen, partially before COVID, but also some since COVID has occurred, in order to provide some additional flexibility for some of these mixed-use developments. One of the things they've identified is that some of these buildings could be appropriate for small-scale, light industrial, light manufacturing uses that would be clean, low noise, kind of maker spaces is what they call those sometimes. These are small entrepreneurial spaces that offer some flexibility for someone to have a larger area to do some of that either distribution or small light manufacturing. So we've taken a look at that, and we're going to talk about some of those potential uses that could be added to those use tables, and also some restrictions that we would place on there to try to mitigate any potential concerns with with a mixed-use zone. You're going to have residential potentially right above or to the sides. So we want to make sure we're mitigating those uses. One other thing that Tim's going to talk about very briefly is our Planning Commission's been asking us for a long time to look at this table of uses related to what should be conditional or permitted uses. And so that is also part of this amendment. While we were in the land use table, we thought that was a good time for us to look at those and respond to something that's been asked by for us for a long time. So ask Yeah, I know I'm not saying that right, but I'm going to go on. So I'm going to turn the time to Tim and let him talk about that.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. What Chad has just described is actually recommended in our general plan, that mixed-use areas can include smaller-scale light industrial uses for maker spaces or clean manufacturing. Just a couple of examples of the type of inquiries we can receive. Here's a property, 1550 West Hillfield Road, where we've recently had an inquiry about a small-scale salad dressing manufacturer, operate blenders and mix ingredients together. Also a bath and beauty product manufacturer. This property is built for kind of flex retail and a variety of commercial uses, yet the zoning, which is a commercial highway, does not allow for these uses. And so we see this as benefiting not just mixed use TOD, but we've tried to look comprehensively, holistically at the code. Here's an example of a UMass facility. It's a multi-story office building, but inside they build within the middle of kind of conference and office areas, collaborating workspaces, they have this maker space. This is more on the high tech, but they have a variety of machines and 3D printing and laser cutting. So this is an example of an insulated, walled off area that shows this is a compatible use with surrounding office uses. And here's the surrounding office and conference and collaborative workspaces. So 4 general areas that I'll briefly outline for you. They're addressed in this recommended text amendment to expand the MU and MU-TOD areas with standards and limitations. We don't just want to change the allowed uses without looking carefully at potential limitations and development standards. And then to also review non-residential and residential uses. We've seen opportunities to, that I'll share in just a moment, to add and clarify institutional residential uses, and then to consolidate and update manufacturing and commercial uses. Assisted living is an example of a use that is not in our code. We have some similar uses, but this is a need and an opportunity to add this use to our code. Community center is an existing use. We felt that a new definition or a definition would be useful and helpful. So here is assisted living that would then be also adding our condo townhouse zone district, which is not currently in our zoning table. So we think it's a good opportunity to add that. Community center, just moving it from residential to the institutional civic, and the assisted living. So this is the residential table, this is the non-residential table. And so we're just kind of continuing these uses into both of those tables. Here's a new use. Chad mentioned new trends in commercial, and one of those is kind of a shift in retail. That in some cases we see very strong, viable retail locations, brick and mortar, but sometimes they're looking for the flexibility to sell online as well as have a retail presence. And so here in the lower left, you see a fulfillment area, kind of the warehouse fulfillment in the back, with a retail presence in the front. So this is a new use with a new definition, and then standards added for this use that basically require visibility from street into finished office and conference areas, retail areas, and then if there is warehouse area exposed by windows, that would be screened with a portion of graphics and wall displays. There's another proposed proposed definition for an existing use, which is the indoor commercial amusement. And then the light commercial flex manufacturing. This is essentially the maker space, and what we shared examples of early in the presentation. And how we define this is that when operated, the instruments and machines are not to exceed a noise level greater than 85 decibels. And that's basically a really good pet vacuum might start to reach about 85 decibels, or a lighter side shop vac, also a busy restaurant. And if these uses were proposing to operate equipment or machines louder than that 85 decibels, then they should mitigate by increased sound attenuation. The manufacturing and industrial services, which is the more typical side of manufacturing that we see, these would continue to be allowed in the manufacturing light and heavy districts. In the table, the current land use table, we have many different specific manufacturing uses, and we're proposing to consolidate them, reduce that redundancy and put it into a consolidated definition. And these can operate above 85 decibels, but still looking to make sure that they don't extend impacts beyond the ambient level or desirable level beyond the property boundaries. This just shows this is a diagram of noise decibels. You see the louder decibels above 85, which would be allowed in the manufacturing industrial uses, but this light commercial flex manufacturing would be the lighter noise decibels. Or lower.
Is there a time on these things?
In some zones, there would be time limits, yes.
I mean, 85 is loud. Okay, no matter what you say, 85 is loud if you're trying to sleep.
Absolutely. Time is a great comment.
In the middle of the day, it's a little different.
Especially in mixed-use zones. If we're looking at mixing residential with these uses.
Right, if you're mixing residential.
That's a very
If
good
you're
comment.
not, it doesn't matter.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's an example of where light manufacturing, which is this top proposed use, and how it could fit into the land use table. You notice a limitation 2 for mixed use and mixed use transit-oriented development, and then a limitation 1 in some of these other zones. And these have to do with the scale or the size. So there's not a limitation in the M1 and M2, but in MU, MUTOD, and CP1, or excuse me, in MU, MUTOD, the size would be limited to 6,000 square feet. Other areas limited to 15,000 square feet. And that's just to keep the volume and the trucks and so forth and box trucks coming in and out at a kind of a moderate level, a manageable level. Outdoor storage in the M1, M2 table, these are examples of the other industrial and related uses that would remain in our land use table. Changing outdoor storage, which is only allowed in M1 and M2, to permitted use. We have some good standards in place to screen and fit those appropriately into the manufacturing districts. Well, here's an example of limiting retail into our manufacturing areas, keeping the majority of the use for manufacturing, but allowing some retail. And then another new proposed use is office and indoor storage. This would not be allowed in MUTOD, only the mixed use and some other commercial zones. But this allows for a nice finished office presence in the front with storage in the back. And this can support various types of mobile services. And again, provide the flexibility to bring some additional commercial spaces into these zones. And let's see, retail sales and commercial services. This is, again, a consolidation of the many redundant types of commercial uses that we have in our table. They would be consolidated into retail and commercial services. And it's just the typical type of retail and services that we see in our community. Proposed is a new land use table. These are the limitations. I mentioned the 15,000 square foot maximum, and the 6,000 square foot maximum is the limitation 2. Limitation 3 would be that some uses are not permitted directly beneath or below multifamily residential in the MU and MUTOD. And then limitation 4 relates to this table that I just shared, that there would be a limited percentage of a building that could be allowed as retail, the majority for either manufacturing or business research park. And so here's just some examples of the limitations in the table, how they can apply. Again, limitation 2 is the limiting to 6,000 square feet, applicable especially to MU, MUTOD, and CP1. Limitation 4, these are some of the uses that are limited in the manufacturing and the business research park zones. An example of limitation 4, which is to not allow a use directly beneath residential, would be, say, a music store. I think we have a pet store on here, or pet shop. So you couldn't have that directly beneath. So also some standards in the MU and MUTOD help to, as you mentioned, Councilman Thomas, limiting the hours, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Some of these uses, again, just trying to assure compatibility, and also making sure that drive-throughs in these walkable areas don't occur between a building and the public street. So this is just a quick overview of the various types of standards. Happy to take any questions and appreciate your review of this item.
Well, Mr. Wilkinson's given me the opportunity to come in for a visit, so you know me, I will be. But just one right offhand that maybe you could answer here, and it has to do with the truck loading. It talks about the truck loading shall not occur, or it must occur in the rear or side of a building. What if the side of that building is adjacent to a major street? Or the rear is adjacent to a street, and I want to take the DABC building in Layton as part of it. That is the truck is unloaded technically in the rear of that building on a street that has, then it's an issue of pedestrian access because the trucks overhang. So is there some other consideration that needs to be given to where these buildings are placed and pedestrian access so that these trucks do not unload in a feasible area of pedestrian?
I think it'd be good to look
walkways?
at that. Are you talking especially on corner lots or three-sided lots?
Yes,
Okay. I think
absolutely.
we could look at that and.
But I will make an appointment to come in. I have some other questions, but I'm not going to tie tonight up with that.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more item to go over here quickly. We've got 8 minutes left and actually.
I don't know that we could do that justice in 8 minutes, Mayor, so we'd be happy to, that's on our regular agenda. We'd be happy to take that question, or take that item then. I will say that the offer that I made to Councilor Fitzpatrick applies to anyone. If any of you'd like to come in and spend some time and talk specifically about this ordinance, we'd be happy to, or over the phone, or whatever the case may be, we'd be happy to do that, so.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, do you want to quickly go over item number 8? Or just wait and do it at that meeting? I mean,
Yeah, we want to be sensitive to you as well, and I know that it's good for you to have a little break between, so I don't know that we're going to be able to do it justice in just the little time that we have, so, I mean, we'd be happy to just talk about it in the regular meeting if that's,
I'm good with waiting until
Okay.
till the regular meeting, because that
Yep.
one will have quite a bit on it.
okay.
Okay. Okay, we have 7 minutes, but I did not get a chance to do my mayor's report. Tracy, do you think you could update us quickly? Okay, what I wanted him to do, if you guys don't mind, he'll just take a couple of minutes here, but I thought it'd be appropriate that if we have an update here on where we're sitting on our COVID dollars that we've received and how we're spending those dollars or keeping track of the spend on those as well. I just thought it would be great for all you guys to get an update on that. So, Tracy, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So we have 5 grants that have come in related to the CARES Act. The police department has spent most of theirs on appropriate equipment and so forth. CDBG, we were familiar with that. There were some business grants and things that have gone through. The HHS CARES Act was an EMS grant, and they spent most of that on PPE and some specialized equipment that the CDC required to respond to CARES Act or to coronavirus. And then also our 911 dispatch received a grant, and they've spent a bulk of that funding towards dispatch-related items as it pertains to COVID-19. Then there's the CARES Act funding that's coming through the state that was directly from the CARES Act itself. The total on that to Layton City, $6.6 million, just a little bit over that. And we've received all of those funds here at the city, and we're tracking them. We have a couple of different project codes that are tracking direct expenses. And to date, we've spent about $265,000 of that on PPE and time off for people that have had COVID and some other things as far as time for emergency responders and so forth. A couple of weeks ago, we received guidance from the Office of the Inspector General of the Treasury, which to me is ultimately the final decision maker as far as how this is going to be audited and so forth. And they gave very direct guidance to the fact that municipalities can use these funds to cover wages and benefits of frontline workers. And so with assuming that we will cover the wages and benefits of our frontline workers from July through December, we will more than spend the money that's been allotted to the city. And so that's what I have to report. If we hear something different from the state, then obviously I'll bring that back to you. The state is the primary recipient of the grant, and we're a subrecipient. Prior to this, they had talked against that methodology, but that was also prior to the Office of the Inspector General indicating that this is the intended way the money is to be used, period. And he was pretty clear about it. I ran it by your independent auditors
Right.
to make sure they were good with that, and they said that they were in 100% agreement, and so were all their other cities that they audit. So for now, that's going to be our recommendation.
Thank you very much. I know it was good, and certainly we can have some more discussion on this, but you can see why we were being ultra-conservative on that until we knew exactly where we stood as far as the accountability. So with that, I think we're going to end our work meeting so that the council can have a quick break here, and then we'll reconvene at 7 p.m. for our council meeting. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone out to our city council meeting this evening. This is November 5th, 2020 at 7:01 p.m. So welcome everyone. Tonight we have an unusually large gathering, which typically we do not. I do know, I watched, and I know that you guys are practicing everything that the governor has explained to us as far as what we should do as far as social distancing, as well as sanitizing and making sure that you stay masked up the whole time. So thank you for doing that. And also, I do know that I watched and you guys signed the paper for contact tracing. So we appreciate that. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and get our meeting started. Mr. Morris, are you good to, it's November, are you going to do the prayer and pledge? Okay, sure. All right. Okay, so typically what we do with our council meetings is we have one of our council members kind of do our opening ceremony, which is a prayer and a pledge, and today it is council member Clint Morris's turn, so I'll turn the time over to him.
Yeah, if we can all rise and follow me with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our Father in heaven, we come before Thee as citizens of this great city of Layton City this evening, grateful for the peace and safety in which we find ourselves. We're grateful, Father, for those that help to protect the freedoms that we enjoy here in this country, and especially those that protect us and keep us safe, our first responders here in Layton City. We are grateful for them and for their families. We ask that Thou would please be with us this evening as we discuss the business of this city. Help us, bless us with wisdom and guidance as we make decisions. And these things we ask and do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Council, we have 3 items of minutes to adopt, so I'd look for a motion on that.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve minutes of Layton City Council Strategic Planning Meeting, Work Meeting, September 30th, 2020, Layton City Council Meeting, October 1, 2020, and Layton City Council Meeting, October 15, 2020.
Okay, is there any?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now at the point where we'll do our municipal event announcements. Does anyone here have any announcements? Okay, I have a few that I'll go ahead and make because I think it's appropriate. First off, I want to acknowledge everybody that's here, and I know why you're here, and I don't want to spoil that because it's near and dear, but thank you. Coming up on November 11th, typically, as you all know, is Veterans Day. The city will be observing Veterans Day. Traditionally, we've had a nice program where we can have the public involved. Unfortunately, with the COVID situation, we do not. But watch for a really nice tribute to be online that will be our Parks and Rec folks have put together. So that will be on that day as well. And then, as you know, we're celebrating our centennial year, and we've had to cancel a lot of events. However, we are going to start up our lecture series, and again, this is going to be something that's going to be done online, but starting, our first one to restart up is going to be on the 12th, and we have Senator Stevenson that will be presenting that lecture series, so again, watch for that online. And these items, just so you know, it will be on our community calendar, but they're just good events for us to kind of just understand your community and what's going on here. And at this point, until we know otherwise, our Turkey Bowl is still on, and the registration on that will be on November 16th. And just 2 more items, and then I promise I'll stop talking. And that is again on our calendar, if you'd look. It's a Saturday, there will be a dog vaccination. So if you want to get your dog vaccinated for a pretty inexpensive price, it's like $8. And you can also get them microchipped. It's actually the Davis County Animal Shelter is going to be conducting that. And it's, since we're part of the county, they're going to do it out in West Point at their city hall. And those hours will be from 8 to 12. And then lastly, but not least, I'm excited about this one. You know, we traditionally have our Christmas lighting ceremony in the park. And in the past, we've always been able to have the elementary school kids participate in this. They put a program on over at the high school, and it's just a fun and exciting event for those children. And unfortunately, this year we can't do that because, again, we can't do the gatherings and they can't have any type of assembly. So we've come up with a creative way for the kids to still be involved, and hopefully we will be able to select one lucky child that gets to flip the switch. And in order to do that, we've come up with a coloring contest. So anyone that has any young children or grandchildren or whatever, get online or go ahead and get with our Parks and Rec department. There's a nice little fun drawing for them to color. We'll end up selecting a winner that will be able to join me on. It's always a Monday before. Let's see, let me back up. You need to have your coloring contest turned in by the November 16th by 5 p.m. and then we'll select a winner, and then the Monday before Thanksgiving is typically when we turn those on. So anyway, I know that's long-winded, but this was a great opportunity for everybody to kind of understand what's happening here. Okay, that's it with municipal announcements, unless anybody else has some. Dawn, did you have one?
Nope, but you mentioned it.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry about that. Okay, we'll carry on then to our third item on our agenda, which is our verbal petitions and presentations. And with that, I am going to turn the time over to Chief Kevin Ward and acknowledge some very heroic people here.
Mayor and Council, we appreciate the opportunity this evening to recognize some true lifesavers within our community. This group that we're going to recognize tonight consists not only of medical professionals, but some extraordinary citizens within our community as well. I'm going to bring up the individuals involved at this time. We'll have you come and spread out, socially distanced across the front of the dais here. Layton City Fire Department paramedic, Captain Paramedic Dion Sanesteven. Engineer Paramedic Sean Morfin. Firefighter Paramedic Gary McCloy. Firefighter Paramedic Justin Siddell. And also Firefighter Paramedic Patrick Cook, but he has a personal issue and could not be here this evening. University of Utah Air Med Flight Crew consists of pilot Jake Bass, flight nurse Judy Moss, flight nurse Ron Del Pino, and citizens within our community, the Francis family, Malin Francis, Dana Francis, and Landon Francis. At this time, I'm going to bring up Battalion Chief Paramedic Jason Cook for the actual award presentation. Chief Cook serves as our A-Shift Battalion Chief and also functions as the Fire Department's Emergency Medical Services Division Chief, and is one of our original Layton City Fire Department paramedics.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for the honor to let us spend a few minutes today to recognize each of the contributions that these wonderful partners of ours have made. Just before 10 a.m. on August 7th of this year, 20-year-old Brigham Roberts and his father, Jeremy, were putting the finishing touches on a residential remodel project at a home here in town. Knowing his dad had a lot of paperwork to catch up on and being comfortable with the work that was about to be done, Brigham told his dad to go home and he would finish the job. Shortly after his dad left, Brigham began working on the stair tread for a large patio that was being attached to the home. After making a cut with the circular saw, the blade guard got caught on Brigham's jeans, plunging the circular saw into his upper leg near his groin. Brigham immediately knew that he was seriously injured, describing it to me and Dr. Raskovich when we had a moment to speak with him about it as, "I heard myself bleeding." For those of you that don't know, the femoral artery is the largest of our peripheral arteries that runs through the groin and is under tremendous pressure. Injuries like this are typically fatal in 3 to 5 minutes without aggressive bleeding control. He immediately called for help, which caught the attention of Dana Francis, the homeowner. She glanced outside to see Brigham bleeding heavily from his wound, spraying blood from beneath Brigham's hands as he tried to control the bleeding himself. She ran back in the home, yelling downstairs for her husband, Malin, and her son, Landon, to come help her while trying to find a towel to control the bleeding. Dana and Malin desperately tried to control the bleeding while from Brigham's femoral artery and vein while Landon made the 911 call. As information became relayed from the 911 caller to the responding units, they realized the situation required an EMS helicopter. Before arriving on scene, they requested the AirMed team located at Davis Hospital to be dispatched. Also, while en route, they prepared a new medication, tranexamic acid, or TXA, which preserves clots in our body, providing hemostasis, or what we refer to simply as slowing the bleeding process. Layton Fire is the first agency in Utah to carry this life-saving medication, specifically for instances just as this one. Once on scene, Captain Santa Stephen, Engineer Morphin, and firefighters Cook, McCloy, and Siddall began assessing and treating Brigham's injuries. They packed his wound with additional hemostatic agents, continued to apply direct pressure. Because of the central locations, tourniquets were not an available option. Multiple IVs were established, IV fluids to replace lost blood, and the TXA were administered. Moments later, the AirMed team with pilot Jake Bass and flight nurses Judy Moss and Rondell Pino arrived, assisting the Layton Fire units rapidly treat and assess Brigham, and then package him for the short flight to McKay. For the first time at this AirMed base, the crew was carrying resuscitation blood, or trauma blood, which had just been added to that helicopter 2 weeks prior. Because IV fluids do not have the capacity to carry oxygen tissues, trauma blood is administered, which then prevented him from bleeding to death, therefore, before they could get him to the hospital. Realizing the severity of his injury and that he would soon die if bleeding wasn't stopped, the team would forego traditional interventions done on scene, understanding that the only thing he needed at that moment was a vascular surgeon. The team flew Brigham to McKay Hospital, where they bypassed the ED, instead rushing him immediately to a waiting surgical suite. Ironically, that day, the surgeon that was there was not ordinarily supposed to be there. That was not a scheduled day for him to be there. As his mom and dad waited in the parking lot for hours and hours, they were soon told by the surgeon that Brigham had indeed survived his injury, but that he was expected that the nerve damage would cause him to lose sensation and movement in his leg. Brigham, would you mind coming up? This is Brigham Roberts, everyone. And as you can see, he's happily regained all of his movement, sensation, almost all of his sensation, and full movement of his legs. Without being melodramatic, Brigham should not have survived his injury that day. Every possible thing that needed to go right that day did. Had just one element been missing, whether it be from Dana, Landon, and Malin, not being home, which they weren't supposed to be because of COVID, to the Layton Fire and EMS crew having the ability to administer the TXA, the AirMed flight crew being as close as they were and the ability to administer trauma blood, and the incredible urgency and care that was received and given to him at McCady Hospital. Had just one part of this equation been missing, I don't believe Brigham would have survived. But because of the amazing work of each of these people tonight, Brigham is here today. Because of the Francis' selflessness, the Layton Fire and AirMed crew's training and commitment to the highest level of care, and the spectacular care he received at McKay, we get to enjoy a celebration instead of mourn a tragedy. It is because of this that Layton Fire and Dr. Mark Raskovich, on behalf of the council, the mayor, the city administration, would like to extend our deepest thanks to each of them and provide them with the Layton City Lifesaver Medal. I also would like to recognize, too, Brigham's family is all here. Jeremy and his mother, Kristen, are here. As you might imagine, as I've spoken about this with others and as Dr. Raskovich and I reflected on it, those of us in healthcare in a 20-plus career will only have one or two moments that we truly get to make a difference on an outcome. And it's awesome to get to recognize each of them for what they, for sure, will carry with them for the rest of their life. So once again, thank you.
So as you can see, this was one of those gut-wrenching and yet rewarding stories that needed to be celebrated. And my hat's off to all of those involved. And Brigham, I'm glad you're here with us today. You're a fine Layton resident. Your family's great family here. And, you know, we're just glad that we can celebrate instead of, like you said, mourn. So thank you again, everyone. That was great. Okay, we'll give these folks a moment to go ahead and depart so that we can make sure we still carry on with we've got another. Is there one more? Two more? Okay. That's it, right? Okay. All right. Okay. We'll go ahead and proceed then with our verbal petitions. The next one is one that I get to present. It will be a proclamation regarding the small businesses. So I'll go ahead and read this proclamation. Whereas the government of Layton City, Utah celebrates local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. According to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 30.7 million small businesses in the United States. They represent 99.7% of all firms with paid employees in the United States. They are responsible for 64.9% of the net new jobs created from 2000 to 2018. And whereas small businesses employ 47.3% of the employees in the private sector in the United States. 62% of the U.S. small business reports that they need to see consumer spending return to pre-COVID levels by the end of 2020 in order to stay in business. 65% of the U.S. small business owners say it would be most helpful to their businesses to have their regulars return and start making purchases again, and that 3/4 of the U.S. consumers are currently looking for ways to shop small and support their local communities. And whereas 96% of consumers who shop on Small Business Saturday agree that shopping at small, independently owned businesses support their commitment to making purchases that have a positive social, economic, and environmental impact, and 97% of consumers who shop on Small Business Saturday agree that small businesses are essential to their community. And whereas 95% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday reported the day made them what that the day reported makes them want to shop and eat at small, independently owned businesses and year-round, not just during the holidays. And whereas Layton City, Utah supports local businesses to create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups as well as public and private organizations across the country have endorsed Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Joy Petro, Mayor of Layton City, Utah, along with the Layton City Council, do hereby proclaim November 28, 2020 as Small Business Saturday and urge the residents of our community and the communities across the country to support small businesses and merchandise on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. In witness thereof, I cause the seal of Layton City, Utah to be affixed on this 5th day of November, 2020. So hopefully we'll all support that, and especially here within our city borders. Okay, next up we'll have a presentation regarding fraud assessment by Tracy Probert.
Suddenly it all went downhill, didn't it?
Yeah.
Mayor, members of the council, the State Auditor's Office has developed a fraud risk assessment, and I presented that in your packet of information. You're able to look at that. And one of the requirements of that fraud risk assessment is that I give a small presentation on it in an actual council meeting. Otherwise, we would have done that in a work meeting or something like that. So that's the reason I'm here in front of you today. The State Auditor's Office developed this assessment because they started receiving a lot more frequent inquiries about frauds in municipalities and in state government, and they felt like it would be a good tool for local governments to use. I would inform you that this isn't something new at the city. Your independent auditors that you hire to come in and audit staff on our financial reporting and so forth have been reviewing these controls and separation of duties and things like that from the beginning. The framework was set up many, many years ago, probably 30, 35 years ago, and independent auditors have been following that framework for internal control during that time. Fraud, of course, is an intentional deception to get gain for oneself. In other words, to take something that doesn't belong to you, so someone inside the city taking something from the city to get personal gain. And so in order to avoid that, we set up internal controls over the practices, the ways we distribute and receive funds into the city. Those controls, again, are audited by the independent auditors every year. But this assessment does also give us a good tool to go through and evaluate if we have everything in order. Separation of duties, which was a large part of the risk assessment, had its own separate form, is a very large part of internal controls, and it's one of the most important parts to limit the opportunity for someone to misuse or misappropriate public funds. When we talk about controls, we also have to talk about cost versus benefit. We could have controls that were so tight that it wouldn't allow us to use funds, right? Because it would take too long. You often hear the word bureaucracy, right? That it takes forever to get through the bureaucracy of something. Well, if your controls were too limiting, you'd never be able to use the funds for what you need to use them for. So we don't go that far, obviously, but we do consider the benefit of everything. And one of the things that we consider in fraud are the three, what they call the fraud triangle. You have opportunity as one end of that triangle, rationalization as another, and pressure or motive as another. Now, as the city, we can't really control people's motives or the pressures that they feel in their life. We can't control their rationalization of things, but we can limit their opportunity. And so again, that's how we do that, through controls, policies, practices, procedures, the way that everything's approved. Obviously, the largest thing in our city is purchasing. And we have very strict purchasing controls, purchasing policies, and approvals that are all automated in our system and also manual. So that's our way to help limit the opportunity for someone to misappropriate funds. On the assessment, you'll notice that we got a score, or tallied up a score of 355. That puts us in the very low risk category. We didn't receive all of the points that were possible. One was related to the state auditor online training that all of you should take, and I didn't alert you to that in time for this filling out of this assessment, so we'll get that this next year. The other one is for us to establish a formal internal audit function, which would require us to hire additional personnel And at this time, as staff, we just don't feel like that's necessary given the size of our organization. In the finance department, we do internal audits, and obviously we don't do those of ourselves. Your independent auditors they don't perform an internal audit function, but they perform an audit function. The finance department does internal auditing of all of the other departments. So we review all of their expenditures, obviously. We go out and make sure that the ways they're spending money are appropriate and that there isn't waste and things like that as much as we possibly can. And from time to time, the mayor and council, and particularly your city manager, Mr. Jensen, will give us an assignment to go out and look at specific things. And he'll say, you know, I've got a concern here or there. This doesn't happen very often, but he will direct us to go and review things in other departments to make sure that everything is good. If there were anything to come about from those, we would bring those back to the council. And obviously, those of you that have been around for a little while know that I haven't brought anything like that back to the council because we haven't had any internal audit findings that we've been aware of. I think for the most part that covers it. I don't know if you have any questions regarding the assessment or our controls or things that relate to it.
I just have one. I noticed that underneath the questionnaire it says revised March 2020, but I thought what was missing was a date line that you completed this. When did you complete this assessment?
We just signed off on this assessment within the last month or so.
Okay.
So as part of this audit that we're going through right now, we had been working on different policies and the purchasing code and things. That actually is still in process. Not that we don't have one, but we've been modifying it a little bit. But we've been working on those since last fall, various policies and getting them in place. And then we filled out this assessment with this audit that's being performed right now.
Okay, like I said, I just thought it was odd that your signatures are on there, but there's no date, and
Oh, we didn't date them?
well, there isn't a place for a date. So I just thought that was kind of
Okay.
interesting that there's not a date to know when you did this, so.
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
But along that line, we'll hear from you here in a couple, after our citizens comment on an additional item here, so that'll be great to
Correct.
go along with that. So, thank you,
Thank
Tracy,
you.
who's our finance director there. Okay, folks, this is brings us to our citizens comment portion of our meeting. This is a portion where you can come up and comment on an item that isn't necessarily on our agenda. If there is an item on the agenda that you wish to speak on, you can wait until the appropriate time on that, but you're welcome to come up to use either one of the mics. Just make sure you state your name and your address for the records. So go ahead and proceed. Oh, you got somebody right here.
My name is Mark Fortuno. I'm a resident at 251 East, 1075 North on the east side of Layton. And I'm here tonight to represent myself and 3 other residents which back up to the new Gordon Avenue. We have a concern about the wall that's about to be built on the north side of Gordon. It will be an 8-foot wall that's similar to the Layton Parkway walls that you see past the new hospital. The 8-foot wall would be appropriate for most of Gordon, but in our backyards, because of where they're located, a 6-foot wall would be more appropriate. I'll start by saying that the planning department has already suggested that I be present here tonight, and that the planning department has also noted that a 6-foot wall in that area would actually cost less for the city, although nominal it might be, it would be less. But the objective for us here is to have a wall that doesn't block our views, which entices us to live where we do now. The homes are only 2 to 3 years old. And so, although we knew a wall was going to be built, we didn't realize it was going to be to that extent. In fact, the planning department has made some changes in those years since. So there's a couple things that could occur. It has been suggested that the wall could still be 8 foot if there's excavation and behind the wall where we live, because there's a slight slope. If the slope was just taken out a little bit, the wall could be dropped. So you could still have an 8-foot wall. However, The city will still need, or the contractor will still need to build the wall in different heights in order to achieve the elevation that proceeds going east along Gordon. So I think the best option is to go with the 6-foot wall. It's about 400 feet of 6 feet wall versus the traditional 8-foot wall. It won't mean much to the city at all. It'll still have a continuity of appearance, having a 6-foot wall, because it'll be the first section. In fact, unfortunately, I guess you could say, my backyard is where the construction will start, according to the contractor and city planner. I find it odd that they will build a 8-foot wall. My property is approximately 132 feet of Gordon, and that they'll start that wall right in the middle of that 132 feet. In other words, they originally stated there would be a 3-foot wall from the intersection at 2125 East, going to the 8-foot wall, which would start about approximately 30 feet in order to allow for sight view, because there's a stop sign there. So now they have eliminated the 3-foot wall, so we'll start with a monstrous 8-foot wall with nothing going to the west, and there'll be nothing but an 8-foot wall, no connection, going for the remainder of the Gordon Avenue going east. And actually, I'm okay with that part if it's a 6-foot wall, but the 8-foot would be just a pure monstrosity. I mean, it'd be like, well, if you can think of this. That's going east. So right now, this is what? So it'd be 8 feet, almost to the ceiling here. So it'll be, there's nothing here now, and it goes to 8 feet. There's nothing on the other side of this wall. It'll block the views of the 4 residences totally. Our particular backyards are only 25 feet deep. Most of the homes that are along the rest, where the 8-foot wall is, like Layton Parkway as an example, 8 feet is not even noticeable because the yards are much deeper there. So the city council has the ability to say to the planning department, in this particular instance for those 4 homes from 2125 East going east, for the first 4 homes could easily be 6 feet. And then it could jump, which they intend to do anyhow, to 8 feet and beyond. Do you have any questions for me?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so knowing that the whole purpose of this wall is to help as a sound barrier, and scientifically we all know that 8 feet would be a better sound barrier than 6 feet. Are you proposing that you're willing to tolerate the noise versus having a view?
Yes. Although Gordon's going to be a busy road, it's no busier than, let's say, Cherry is today, or Oak Avenue. So it's not going to make that much difference in terms of sound for us. I mean, 30 years in the Air Force with F-35s, it's...
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
It's negligible in terms of sound. I think we're okay with the sound. That's never been an issue for us. The construction there now is much noisier than any group of cars are ever going to be. So, yes, we recognize there's a little difference. Yes.
All right, well, we appreciate you making your statement here, and certainly this is an item that we will take into consideration and direct the staff on how we feel is appropriate, but, thank you for your time, and, we'll, like I said.
Thank you.
Just one thing.
Yes, sir.
Are all you next to each other?
Yes.
I mean, so we're not looking at 1, 3, and 5.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we recognize the continuity is important to that
Right.
development, to the wall, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
What's that?
Yeah, it's
Well, it's the beginning of that section from
where,
that road.
where he pointed out where it will start as you
So-
come in off of Oak Lane. Go
Can I
ahead,
make
Tom.
a comment, Mayor?
You're welcome to make a comment, yes.
I don't know whether their suggestions valid or not, but I think it is valid enough for us to consider. And many times on the citizen comments, we hear them, then we never hear nothing about them. I'd just like to know when will we discuss it, because I think it needs to be discussed.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we're not going to discuss it, are we? Because we've already done the RFP. Help me out here. It's not being
No.
brought to us again. I mean, it was kind of mentioned tonight on
our work meeting.
our work meeting, but
But we still have the authority to say, no, we don't want the 8, we want to go with the 6.
yeah, and I personally would, now that this is brought up, I would maybe like the opportunity to go out and look and kind of see what they're talking about, you know. I think that having a visual and hearing what's going on might be beneficial before I make a decision on it.
There's Mr. Jackson.
No, I agree. I agree with that, Don. I just don't want it to be mentioned here tonight and then forgotten.
Yeah.
Okay, I do know that construction-wise, I mean, as we were educated earlier, I mean, cement is certainly tight, and I know that they're going to start pouring. Do you know, I guess my question is going to be to Mr. Jackson, who is our engineer that will be controlling the project. Can you tell us how much time we would have to make this decision here? Because I know that you needed a decision earlier on the color.
Like I mentioned before in our work meeting, the contractor intends to start this next week, mobilizing, and then they intend to start construction. As he mentioned, that's the first home that they would begin the construction at. So we would need a decision fairly quickly on that as we move forward, so that we can not delay this project any more than necessary to make the right decision.
So if we let you know by Monday?
Well, let me just take a pulse here quick, like, does I'm curious what the other council members feel.
Well, let me ask you a question first, Steve.
Yep.
I mean, there's a long wall. I have a hard time believing that he has to start right in that spot, that he couldn't start in another one.
Well, he needs to start at the downhill side of the grade, and so we have to start at one of those areas, and that's the area where the contractor needs to begin in order to work to the east. One of the things I mentioned is the retaining wall that needs to go in behind Link Adams' property. In order for that retaining wall to be constructed, this western section of wall needs to go in as well. As we get to that retaining wall, as I mentioned, it'll be 4 to 6 feet tall. So whatever the step is, it needs to go up in incremental 2-foot steps in order to make that happen. As we go east, if we're at 6 feet and then we need to take a 4-foot wall up, then we're going to have a 6-foot jump in that wall instead of a standard 2 or 4-foot wall jump there. So there will be some aesthetics that will be impacted if we choose to go with the shorter wall, but again, we've recommended the 8-foot wall for the noise and the overall continuity and aesthetics of the project. So, but we're happy to take your concerns or your recommendation into consideration, and whatever you decide, we just need to make a decision so that we can move forward with the contractor.
Correct, yeah. We understand this is extremely time sensitive. So with that, does anybody else want to weigh in on this conversation?
Have you received any, Steve, have you received any other interactions from residents along that same track who have an opinion of the 6 versus 8 foot?
We had one gentleman that asked for a 6-foot wall. He was significantly further up into the middle of the project, and in order to, again, maintain that continuity and that the purpose of the wall, which is to help buffer the noise, but also the roadway. We told him also that in order to keep the consistency, we would recommend the 8-foot wall. So, and currently there's a 6-foot fence there. I don't know that changing a 6-foot fence for a 6-foot wall is really going to make a lot of difference other than the appearance at that point. So.
Well, that will give a good visual, though, as far as what a 6-foot is, right? Do you have an opinion on this?
Just wondering, so it could be 6 feet up and then you get the part where the retaining wall is, and then 8 feet after that? Is that what we're talking about?
That's what they're
That's
requesting,
the.
is that instead of an 8-foot wall, it's 6 feet in height, and then we need to step up.
But I mean,
So-
there's not a 6 feet, then there's 8, then there's the retaining wall that steps up, and then more 8. The 6 would go into where the retaining wall.
We would
Or
have
the
to look at
stepped.
the aesthetics of it. If all 4 homeowners right there before the retaining wall requirement want 6, then it would be 6, and then we would probably have a 6-foot jump in the height of that wall in that area because of this retaining wall where it needs to start. So it would, in my opinion, it would look a little odd to go from 6 to almost 12 feet of
True.
height, simply because the grades have changed working your way east.
Yeah, we'd basically be looking at where our wainscoting is here on the wall, the variance from that to the, that first cutout there. I mean, that's a good 6 feet there, so.
Steve, did any during the Layton Parkway discussion, is there any portions of that where residents had requested a 6-foot wall?
No, the majority of that was along newer subdivisions, and they were concerned with the noise, the substantial traffic that Layton Parkway has, and even Gordon Avenue will see once these connections are made is enough of a concern. These homeowners requested the higher walls. We discussed 6 and 8, and the 8 seems to be what is more preferred once the projects have been completed in areas where these walls are built.
I guess my thoughts are twofold. One, I think we should discuss it. Two, we don't know if you're going to be the last homeowner there. And so when you sell your home in the future and you have a 6-foot wall and the whole rest of the building is 8, and maybe I would rather have had an 8 one. Maybe they care about the sound or something like that. So I think we want to try to be able to balance the current homeowners with a wall that's probably going to be there in perpetuity, as long as, the wall stands. And so I think it's something we should discuss, but it's difficult when we make specific exclusions for specific property owners on what is actually in a city, long area of Gordon Avenue. That's kind of my thought on the matter, so.
And one other quick question, and maybe, I know Alex,
I
maybe
sure
you can
remember
even
there is
answer
one
this.
exclusion talked about further east. Of
Or
doing
the-
exactly that, of excluding one.
Right.
Well,
But that guy's, it's his front yard.
Yeah.
When you talked about this evening, the reason they were starting there is because there was more construction to the west.
Yeah, the 4 houses to the west on Oak Ridge Circle have to be filled in. There's actually some fill that needs to be placed in their backyards to bring them up to grade before we can place a wall there, so.
And that wall would be 8 feet as well.
That wall will be 8 feet to the west, and then the reason we're starting where we are is because the petroleum gas line easement is prohibitive of allowing any kind of footings or anything to be placed
Right.
there. We've reached out to those companies, and they've refused to allow us to put this wall across their easements because it's a permanent structure rather than, say, a vinyl fence that could be removed easily without a lot of issues, so.
Okay, and just for clarification and comparison, the wall that's being erected traveling north and south along 89 is how tall?
It depends on where they're at with the grades. They have an actual noise contour map that they've had to make, and so they've varied the wall based on that in order to mitigate the noise that's being created there. Ours has not necessarily been scientifically determined. Its functions as a noise wall, but it hasn't been gone through that extent that the federal government requires of the highway.
But up there, it's probably a minimum of 10, right? And
Yeah, it's
goes up
10,
higher from
10 to
there?
12.
Yeah.
In previous discussions, the area that Councilman Morris was just talking about with Oak Ridge Circle, they were talking about a 15-foot wall to be able to retain, but then add that 8 feet onto it. So they're no strangers to very tall walls that block both the views and the noise, and we're trying to find that balance where we feel like it will still function, but aesthetically it won't be too obtrusive for the homeowners.
And that depends on which side you're looking, because if you go directly east of Holmes Creek Reservoir and you look from the Highway 89 side, it's not that high, but if you look from Wheat Ridge Road, I think it is, it's probably close to 20.
Yeah.
Because of the grade difference.
Right, but the whole purpose of these walls is for sound.
Yeah, but you got to look at both sides. If you're looking at from the west side looking there, it's huge.
Right. Well, that's what these folks are pointing out to us, that
Yeah.
from their side, it's huge. From the street side, it's not, so. I know our city manager wants to make a comment here, so Alex, please weigh in.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to emphasize the same point that Councilmember Bloxham made, and that as the city staff has went up and down that corridor talking with individual homeowners, what has been proposed to them is 8 feet. As Steve said, we have some people along that corridor, particularly on the west end of it, Kale, Murdoch, and that area, who want, because of the topography on their slopes, they want taller walls, not less tall walls. So I guess my caution would be, and you certainly have the authority to do it, is that here tonight we have a few wonderful folks, and they are that, good citizens of the community who are making a special request. None of the other multitude of people along that corridor have been given the same privilege. My prediction of what will happen is if we open this up, is pretty soon we'll end up with nothing, because everybody will look at it based on what they want on their side, and so we'll end up with some on a 6 foot, some on a 5 foot, some on an 8 foot, some on a 10 foot, and pretty soon we have nothing in terms of continuity. So that would be my only caution tonight, is we can't make a decision based on this individual request. Everybody along that corridor is going to have the same opportunity to decide what they want. And I think we're going to end up, because the slopes are all different through that corridor and how they've leveled their yards, with something that may not be what the city envisioned. So just a caution. Again, I think Councilmember Bloxham talked to that.
Well, and I think realistically here, Council, and I know you all get this, is the fact that whatever we start with, that's what we need to continue with. Whether it be 6 or 8, I mean, that's the continuity we're looking at. We have to look at what's aesthetically attractive to our city as well as serves a purpose here. So I'd say let's kind of just go ahead and work through our meeting, and then, we can kind of circle back around on this. We can bring it up again here on unfinished business for now. But thank you, Mike, for stepping up and bringing this to our attention. I know we got another gentleman over here who would like to speak, so I'd like to acknowledge him as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it was Mark. Sorry, I said Mike. Sorry about that.
Gerald Everett. I'm a resident at 1282 North, 3050 East, Layton. I come to you with a real basic concern. I've been in that house for about 25 years, and for the 5th time this year, I've had the literal pull off of 89, drive into our neighborhood, drive down the cul-de-sac, and break in to my house, break into my car, break into my truck. This year, unfortunately, it was a gun, which really scared me. My fault. I left it in my truck. Fortunately, the Weber Morgan Strike Force did a sting here in Layton, and they confiscated a stolen car. Under that seat of that stolen car was my 9mm. So eventually I will get it back. But my concern is, if you live in the east side of Highway 89, and we're putting up with dust like there is no other. I have a black truck, and I have to wash it daily in order to keep it clean. But my concern is the amount of police presence that we have on east of Highway 89. Other than the officer who responded to my phone call, I haven't seen a police car on that side of the road in years, literally in years. And I think that Layton City, obviously we pay big taxes just like everybody else does, but I think that Layton City needs to have a plan. I know you have a plan with respect to a fire station on that side of the road, and we need to have something. We either need to have some sort of a police presence, or we need to have a police station, or we need to have something on the east side of 89, and we need to have regular patrols in our neighborhoods in order to reduce the amount of jump off of Highway 89, drive through a neighborhood and steal whatever you can get your hands on, because if I catch them, then we have a real problem. Because I won't hesitate for 1 minute to use a 20-gauge shotgun that I have in my front yard or that I have at my front door. That's not a threat. I'm just saying that if I have to take care of it, it's not going to be pretty. And I think most of the other residents that live in that part of our city have the same concern. We need to have police presence on the east side of Highway 89, and currently we don't have it. If we do, I'd like to know when. I've been working from home now since March, and the one police officer that I have seen since then was the one that responded to my phone call. And it's not fair to us to support the city, but yet not get any of the services that the rest of the city gets. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
definitely pass that on. I do know that they make regular patrols, drive-throughs, and I know most of it's done in the evening as well, so, but we'll get back to you and let you know what their schedule is. Okay. Thank you. Oh, absolutely. This is your time. This is citizens' comment portion, so you're welcome to step up.
Mayor,
State your name.
council members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Daniel Denhalter. I'm
Okay.
a resident at 233 Cold Creek Way. I wanted to come in and just kind of present a problem that we've noticed. We're fairly new residents to our home. We've been there for about a year. And talking about some of the new traffic that's starting to occur in that area. As Gentile, as development westbound has increased significantly. I mean, significantly. And we're grateful for that because we live there. We've noticed, mind if I take this off? Sorry.
Yeah.
We've noticed an increase of people traveling down that road in particular. That road connects Gentile to Hillfield. And on that road, there are 2 elementary schools, a significant amount of residents. We really appreciate about 2 years ago, there was a 4-way stop put on the corner of it, which is where I live. That stop sign is ignored on a regular basis. We've implemented a lot. We've tried working with the police force to increase presence, which we have been super grateful for. We've definitely not had the same problem. They've been very much in force and very grateful for that. We've had speed traps put in place with no avail. Last week, we had a side-by-side race go down our street because it's extra wide. I have 2 young children, 4 and 7. My son wants to ride his bike, and he's afraid to. I'm afraid to let him. I know you guys understand this, and so I guess I'm pleading for a solution. The residents of the area and I have talked during our HOA meetings, and even if it was something, just a proposal, speed humps, something to slow that flow, just something to increase awareness and caution in that area instead of just my little orange man with a flag out saying, please slow down. I know that this takes money. I know that this takes resources that are limited within the city. And on that line, thank you guys for the way that you managed the city. When we had the choice of where we moved back to in Utah, we chose Layton because of the way it's managed. So thank you. But with that being said, for your consideration and for our pleading as residents of that street and for our students, our children who walk to these schools, because we're close enough, we're just asking for your help to slow the speed, whatever that takes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am very well of that area, and I'm one that cuts through as well. And I know that is a stop sign. If you go down 1 street west, it's only a yield sign. So, but I think there's some things we can maybe look at. I know, Alex, I've kind of shared some ideas on other ways to kind of maybe control speed. Perhaps this might be a good area to test it in. So, thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Just one follow-up on that. I've never seen a city council be so responsive to individuals as they presented problems, so thank you for that.
Thanks. Well, welcome back to Layton. Okay, looks like we have one more over here.
Hello, I'm Cambry DeRose, just a fellow resident of Layton. I just wanted to bring attention and awareness to the parks of Layton, particularly Sandridge and Greyhawk Park. I realized that months ago, parks were marked with caution tape so that children could not go to these areas. Driving past them today, I realized they weren't closed off in any way, and I actually realized that kids were playing there. And during the pandemic, I think that that's a really big safety issue for the public, for people's children. I just wanted to raise the awareness to that issue and see if there's anything we can do talking to the Parks and Rec, seeing if there's something we can do about that issue, just for the safety of the community.
So I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying that there being too many kids playing on there now?
Not too many, but
That's
even
interesting.
like
They're not cleaning.
a small number of people playing and spreading germs. I just think that is a safety issue for the community.
Okay, I do know this, that our Parks and Rec, they're on a regular schedule on going through, and they actually spray that equipment with a chemical, and that chemical lasts 24 hours, right? And so we do have, actually, it lasts longer than that, but we're on a 24 hours, so we actually spray that every day to make sure that, you know, we're trying to mitigate any type of transmission. Obviously, with everything that's gone on, and we still have an increase, you know, we'll see what comes next week with maybe some additional strong arm orders from the governor. But I'll pass this on to our Parks and Rec.
Okay.
And make sure that we're good on that, and perhaps have some people up there just to kind of monitor it as well.
Yeah, and I do realize that kids, you know, people need to get out, still be active during this time. I just think that safety precautions should be in place. So
Okay.
thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come down and let us know. Okay, does anybody else wish to comment during our citizens portion? Nothing online? Okay. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and go on to our consent items. The consent items are considered to be routine in nature and can be enacted upon by a single motion. So we'll have a discussion on that. We'll start out with our first item, which Mr. Tracy Probert, our finance director, gets to present to us, which again, this is a perfect lead-in from our fraud risk assessment that he spoke about earlier. So
Correct.
Tracy, tell us the good news.
Great. Mayor, members of the council, I bring to you tonight Resolution 20-62, which is a resolution to appoint members of the community, Van Christensen and Mr. Doug Belliston, as members of the audit committee. Now, the audit committee isn't new to the city. We've had an audit committee for a long, long time, and we've had members of the community on that committee. The mayor was able to identify 2 members of the community that are outstanding and with outstanding qualifications to be on this audit committee. I'd like to just read a brief bio of both of these individuals. Mr. Van Christensen, a citizen of Layton, obviously, is the internal audit director for the Utah Department of Workforce Services. He began his career at the office of the state auditor in 1996 and worked there for over 20 years. So he's very familiar with audit procedures, internal controls, fraud risk assessment. He's a certified fraud examiner and also certified public accountant. Graduated in 1986 with a bachelor's and master's degree in accounting from Weber State University. So a very well qualified individual to sit on the audit committee. And we're lucky as a city that Mr. Christensen was willing to serve on the committee for us.
Tracy?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with them. Are they here?
Oh, yeah. If we could have Mr. Christensen stand, he's there. And then Mr. Doug Belliston, he's also here in the audience with us tonight. Again, both of these individuals very willing to serve their community, and we're very fortunate they were. Mr. Doug Belliston currently serves as the Assistant Administrative Vice President over Finance for Brigham Young University. He's been with Brigham Young University since 1992. Prior to that, and in various roles, one of which for a very long time as the controller of the university. What that means is that he is also very familiar with accounting, practice, procedure, internal controls, fraud, risk assessment, and all those kinds of things that relate to being on an audit committee. You know, he has a very extensive background. Prior to that, he worked in various positions in manufacturing in Texas, and prior to that, worked for Arthur Anderson, an independent CPA firm that performs audits and things like that. So both of these individuals, very, very well qualified to be on the audit committee and to support the city council and the council member and mayor that are on the audit committee in those functions. The audit committee just before I recommend adoption of the resolution, can be whatever the council wants it to be. It's not recommended that it be an internal audit function, but it can, the members of the audit committee can take on any tasks that the council wishes, any concerns of a financial, internal control, fraud type of nature, and then can report back to the audit committee members, the mayor and Councilmember Bloxham being on that committee, and also now these two members that are recommended tonight. Those members of the audit committee can report back to the full council as far as findings and things like that. We have developed a fraud hotline, and that can go through that goes through the audit committee as well and can be reported back to the council. So the assignments for these two new members and also the others can be as much as you'd like them to be or as little as you'd like them to be. Traditionally, the involvement of the audit committee has been to meet with the independent auditors before they audit and to discuss concerns and to help the independent auditors focus their audit in specific areas, the scope of their work, and then to also follow up afterwards. But again, it can vary and be more involved if needed. With that, I would recommend that the council adopt Resolution 20-62 by appointing Mr. Doug Belliston and Mr. Van Christensen as members of the audit committee. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I do. So in the policy itself, under membership, it says the appointments to the committee are for a period of 1 year, but we're making this a 3-year appointment. So can you help me figure that out?
Okay, yeah, I didn't notice that in the policy. I apologize.
It did, but then also it clarified the actual time frame, that it was from a 4-year.
They can be reappointed every year for up to a maximum of 4 years, but it sounds like it's 1 year at a time. I don't have a problem if you want to change the policy to 3 years, but, because I think 1 year's kind of short.
I'll
but-
discuss that with Alex, but I believe we would probably want to change that so that we don't have to come back to you every year.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that too, but I did pick up on the fact that they had it as a 4-year, so.
Okay.
Any other discussion on this, council? No comment, Mr.
No,
Bloxham?
I was going to
You-
say, so we're,
very-
as a fellow member with Madam Mayor here, we're very grateful to have members of the community with such tremendous background and expertise to help us walk through these issues. We are very blessed to have such good city staff in the finance department and elsewhere to help with all the financial matters. And the mayor and I, we're a citizen council people, and we need expertise from areas that Mr. Belliston and Mr. Christensen can provide. So thank you so much for your willingness to help Layton become what we all hope it can be. So thank you very much.
And thank you for taking time to be here tonight, and so that we can put a name with a face, well, so that everybody can, right? So again, thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you and appreciate your time you're willing to put into this.
Can I just, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't,
No,
yeah,
that's all right.
You didn't say anything earlier.
You've always told me just to speak up, but I'm still not going to. I'm not going to interrupt you.
You're getting better.
No, no. We made a commitment. I think the Madam Mayor made a commitment. This council made a commitment for more transparency and more involvement. And I think this is a step in that direction. This is a city council and a mayor listening to citizens, and not that anything. I mean, just as you've presented twice tonight, not that anything is wrong, but you talked about those opportunities and talked about controls. This is just one more level of control to keep. I mean, this is all our money, our taxes, and we're watching out for them. And here's another way for us to be safe with those funds, those sacred funds. And I applaud you, Madam Mayor and Councilman Bloxham, for continuing that and having this happen. So, thank you.
Well, clearly it's a team effort, so I appreciate that. And, we'll continue to work together and make sure we're moving in the right direction, regardless of the decision here. So thank you, Tracy, for taking the
Welcome.
time.
I guess if I'd make one more comment about the qualifications of these two individuals, they will be able to bring a lot of great insight, ideas, knowledge to the committee. And that will not only help the committee from an audit perspective, but will help the financial professionals such as myself as we move the city forward. So it also gives us some individuals to, bounce ideas off and things that are very well qualified. So I appreciate their abilities and their willingness. But thank you.
Again, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate this. We do. Okay, let's go ahead and move on then, council. Item number B will be presented by Mr. Dave Price. It's a reappointment of our Ramp Advisory Commission. So I know he's going to be bringing, looks like you're teeing yourself up for the next, 1, 2, 3 items as well?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This evening, we have a few things to bring forward to the Council. The first one is Resolution 2061 to reappoint members to the Ramp Commission. Mayor Joy Petro recommends the following individuals: Cheryl Starkey, Rick Smith, Delaney Nalder, to be reappointed and serve as members of the Ramp Advisory Commission until September 30th, 2022. All of these Ramp commissioners have done a wonderful job during their tenure on the commission. We're grateful for all of the help that they've given us and for their friendship. The staff recommends that the council adopt Resolution 2061, reappointing Cheryl Starkey, Rick Smith, and Delaney Nalder to serve as members of the Ramp Advisory Commission until September 30th, 2022.
Council, do you have any questions regarding these 3 individuals? Well, I can attest that they've all been extremely dedicated. They have, like Tom's mentioned in the past, they all have an opinion. They are willing to step up and do what's right for the citizens here and kind of make sure that we're spending those additional ramp dollars appropriately. So if they're watching, I want to say thank you very much. Thanks to all the ramp commissioners, quite honestly, and helping us guide the city once again in the right direction. So, and Mr. Price, you and your staff as well. So thank you.
You bet. The next one is Resolution 2063. If approved, this resolution will accept the proposal for an agreement between Layton City and Design West Architects for landscape architectural services for a new Layton City neighborhood park to be located at 2525 West Sunset Way. Layton City proposes to build a neighborhood park here. The request for proposal for landscape architectural services that include preliminary design, design development, construction documentation, and construction supervision services was distributed to all interested firms. 10 landscape architectural firms responded to the RFP, or request for proposals, by turning in a proposal and a sealed fee. All 10 firms were given the opportunity to be interviewed and to present their proposal. The proposals there we go. The proposals and interviews were evaluated and scored by 7 individuals using a predetermined weighted scoring criteria. Design West Architects received the highest proposal score of 60.9 out of 70 points possible during the evaluation. Once the proposals were evaluated, then the fee structure proposals were opened. Fees were valued at 30% of the overall score. Each firm's fee was given a numerical score based on their relative placement within the range of fees provided by each firm. Proposed fees for this project ranged from a low of $68,800 to a high of $130,240. Design West Architects' fee of $70,855 received a numerical score of 29.1 out of 30 possible points. The combination of the proposal score of 60.9 and the fee score of 29.1 gave Design West Architects the highest overall score of 90 points out of 100. The staff recommends the council adopt Resolution 2063, authorizing the city manager to conduct negotiations and execute an agreement between Layton City and Design West Architects for architectural and engineering services for the new Layton City Neighborhood Park to be located at 2525 West Sunset Way, Layton, Utah. Any questions on this one?
Council? Very good. We get to move on.
Okay, good. Resolution 2064 will accept the proposal for an agreement between Layton City and Design West Architects for the landscape architectural and engineering services for Layton City's pickleball complex to be located at 700 North, 22 West, Layton, Utah. This is at our Ellison Park, the east property. We've talked about this before. This proposal is just for the design services. And then in a future date, if the city council chooses to move forward with the construction, we'll come back at that time to discuss that. The request for proposals for landscape architectural services that include design development, construction documentation, and construction supervision services were distributed to all interested firms. 11 landscape architectural firms responded to the RFP by turning in a proposal and sealed fee. All 11 firms were given the opportunity to be interviewed and to present their proposals. The proposals and interviews were evaluated and scored by seven different individuals. We had the mayor and council members and also members of our Parks and Recreation Commission that were able to join us on this selection committee. Design West Architects received the highest proposal score of 67.9 out of 70 points possible on the proposal evaluation. Again, once the proposals were evaluated, the fee proposals were opened. Fees were again valued at 30% of the overall score. Each firm's fee was given a numerical score based on their relative placement within the range of fees. The proposed fees for this project range from a low of $29,620 to a high of $71,983. Design West Architects' fee of $29,620 received a numerical score of 30 points possible. The combined proposal score of 67.9 and a fee score of 30 gave Design West the highest overall score of 97.9 points out of 100. Staff recommends the council adopt Resolution 2064, authorizing the city manager to conduct negotiations and execute an agreement between Layton City Design West Architects for the landscape architectural and engineering services for Layton City's pickleball complex to be located at 700 North, 2200 West, Layton, Utah. Any questions on that one?
Pickleball, guys. Come on, there's got to be questions. Sorry.
I'm just a question about the process here. You've got some MHTN architects, some evaluators gave them 0. Do they just?
So I'll kind of weigh in on that.
Yeah, just
Okay,
curious.
So basically, with 11 applicants, you really wanted to make sure that you were distinguished kind of your high and low, right? And yet there was, only small grading points between it. So if they didn't quite make the mark, you knew you had to give them a low score so that you could kind of go from there. So, I mean, they pretty much instructed us to kind of really look at it, make sure you hone in on what you feel is the best one, and then weed out the last one. So, I mean, it was a tough decision because I got to tell you, there was several firms that were extremely qualified. And in fact, even the one that got 0, I'd say was extremely qualified. It was a tough decision, but there's some great designs in there too. So I will tell you that.
If I could, MHTN, after accepting the invitation to present, they failed to come to the interview.
Yeah, they didn't come to the,
Well, but I was going to say, just so you know, as far as the way that looks on there too, we really had to, spread your number apart.
Is it typical for someone to be the highest in technical proposal and the lowest in fee? That seems like better, best case scenario right there. So, I mean, I guess my question is it because Design West does a lot of these pickleball courts that they've basically have kind of honed their procedure to be able to get the best in both worlds?
They have done a lot in this area. You know, this is one of their specialties. They were the primary design team for the Farmington Park and pickleball complex, which I think turned out, you know, wonderfully. But also, it often depends on the level and the amount of work that they have as a design firm. If they, you know, if their calendar and their book is already filled for the next year, they may not sharpen their pencil quite as much as they need to. If they're looking for work, they may come in with a little sharper fee.
I see.
I don't know what the case for Design West was, but we're thrilled to have them.
Yeah, and the biggest key is you try to get the best person you can, or firm, I guess is a better word. But the purpose of it is when they start to build that you keep them on track. I mean, they're a good firm, they've done great work, but, you know, in the pudding is where you make sure they do it the way that we need it to be done. And so I think, you know, there's probably half a dozen of them that could have done a great job. I mean, I don't doubt that at all, but the key now is to make sure that we keep their feet to the fire and make sure that they do it the way which the city wants it to be done, so.
And this process, it's not unique to our city. This is something that's widely used in the construction industry. But time after time, my experience has shown that it works. You know, we pull a group of very diverse people together, ask them to review these things independently, and they make good decisions as a committee. And then the fee component of that helps us make sure that we're not, you know, wasting the city's dollars. So we feel very comfortable with this firm.
Okay, we good? All right, let's move on.
Okay, the last one is Resolution 2065. Resolution 2065 will accept and approve the betterment agreement between Utah Department of Transportation and Layton City for the Layton City Case Creek pedestrian culvert. There we go. To be constructed within the scope of the US 89 Farmington to I-84 in Davis and Weber counties. The Utah Department of Transportation is engaged in constructing the highway the highway known as US 89. UDOT has awarded a contract for this project, and the design-build contractor will design and administer the contract of this project. UDOT's project construction necessitates relocating, adjusting, or betterments, protecting a portion of Layton City's facilities in relationship to this project. Layton City has requested a betterment within the scope of this project, consisting of the construction and installation of a pedestrian box culvert to be located crossing under Highway 89 at approximately 2200 North and Hobbs Creek Drive on the west side of Valley View Drive, and the east, Hobbs Creek Drive on the west side and Valley View Drive on the east side. The cost to the city for the betterment to install this underpass is $1,089,450. As you can see on the map before us, the location is at the bottom of that drawing where the dotted lines are. And if we zoom in on it, this is a little closer version of it. And it demonstrates how it will connect to those sidewalks that are adjacent to the new highway. The staff recommends the council adopt Resolution 2065, adopting and approving the betterment agreement with the Utah Department of Transportation for the Layton City Case Creek pedestrian box culvert within the scope of the US 89 Farmington to I-84 in Davis and Weber counties, Utah, project number S008-406-398, and authorize the city manager to sign the necessary documents. Any questions on this one?
Council? I have one quick one.
Please.
Only because I noticed the photo there, that there was actually some, I guess, art that was embedded in the concrete. Is that something that is part of this proposal or not?
It is not. Since this one was installed, UDOT has specifically put into the contract that artwork will not be installed on the box culvert. Artwork, murals, painting, none of that is allowed.
What about any type of, like, kind of like what we just viewed on the wall on Gordon? Any type of, kind of like a brick or whatever looking? Is that possible at all?
Decorative texture.
A decorative texture?
I have not asked about that. I think they have not considered that because it is in a limited view shed. From the highway, you cannot see this at all. It would just be the individuals using the path itself. But right now, this project does not include any textures or visual differences.
Okay.
We can certainly ask about that.
Well, doesn't hurt to ask. So just ask and see what it is, and we'll go from there.
I have a silly question for you. Do you think the animals are going to be smart enough to figure out how to use this? I'm serious.
They will.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of an advantage to this too, isn't it, for the deer and all that, if they learn that it's there to be able to go from one side to the other?
The bobcats?
Mountain lions.
Mountain lions, yeah. Foxes.
I mean,
We looked into that early on in the project, hoping that that would be one reason that the Division of Wildlife Services might help fund this. Their studies have indicated that a culvert of this size does not attract, and in fact, the animals they do not feel comfortable enough to go through the tunnel. To be effective as a wildlife corridor, it has to be 4 or 5 times the width of what this is, which would make it very cost prohibitive for us.
have to train them better.
Well, it depends on the size of the animal. Skunks will use it, two-legged and four-legged.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Price. We appreciate you presenting all these items this evening. Okay, council, that brings our consent items to an end. So I will be looking for a motion regarding our consent items.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make some motions on our consent agenda items. I make a motion that we approve consent item A to appoint the members to the Audit Committee Resolution 20-62, but to ask that the city manager look at that time of service of 1 year. On item B, to reappoint members to the Ramp Advisory Commission, Resolution 20-60. C, accepting the proposal for an agreement between Layton City and Design West Architects for landscape architectural engineering services for a new Layton City Neighborhood Park, Resolution 2063 at 2525 West Sunset Way. D, accepting the proposal for an agreement between Layton City and Design West Architectures for an architectural engineering services for Layton City's pickleball complex, Resolution 20-4 at 700 North, 2200 West. And E, a betterment agreement, to approve a betterment agreement between Utah Department of Transportation and Layton City for the Case Creek pedestrian box culvert within the scope of US 89, Farmington to 184 in Davis and Weber Counties, project S 0089406-398, resolution 20-65.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. There's 2 numerical numbers that, just to catch regarding that resolution. On item B, it was 20-61, and then on D, C, it's 20-63, just to make sure. No, that's okay. Yeah, well, and, yeah, I was going to say it runs all together. But anyway, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I don't hear any nays there, so that passes unanimous. Yay. Now we'll move on to our public hearing portion. We have one item on our agenda this evening. Item number B, the applicant has requested that we reschedule that until November 19th meeting. So we'll just we'll go ahead and proceed with our public hearing And Mr. Chad Wilkinson will go over that first item with us, which is a development agreement.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Council, just to give a little background on this, this is a rezone and development agreement amendment for the property located there at 1333 East, approximately 1333 East, 3000 North. Just really quickly to refresh kind of our memory on the general plan for this area. This is an area that was designated as a town center in our recently adopted general plan. That little star indicates this is a town center. You know, anticipating that there would be a mix of uses in those areas, residential, commercial, high density was anticipated for all these town centers and the policies of the general plan. So high density residential development is part of that plan and design for these areas. The applicant originally was entitled for a certain development plan that the annexation agreement approved back in 2017 with subsequent meetings approving a development plan and zoning for those properties that was consistent with that annexation agreement and development agreement. This is the layout that was originally approved. Just you can kind of see the townhome development there on the left-hand side, some multifamily, and then a commercial component there along Highway 193. To give your bearings again, 193 is here at the bottom of the screen, Church Street over to the right-hand side of your screen, and then some vacant property there to the left or to the west of the property. As the applicant went to build this approved development, they encountered some problems with grading, specifically with the transition from higher grades to the north of the property and transitioning those to the lower grades on the south. And the grading issues became enough that it started to affect the feasibility of the development, particularly where it came to transitioning the large multifamily development building that was proposed on the north side. So as the applicant looked at that, they came back to staff and expressed to us the concerns they had with the increasing difficulty in developing the plan as approved based on those grading issues, and asked staff, what could be some additional options for development, to look at those with them. Through an iterative process with the applicant, there was another plan that was designed by the applicant, reviewed by staff through a collaborative review process, through the desire, again, of the applicant to try to fix some of those grading problems that they had as they started to develop the site. And from staff's point of view, excuse me, a desire to do a few things. Really, one of the items that was identified in the original review of this project was a desire to have a public street connection instead of a private street connection running through this property, connecting 193 to 3025 North Street, and also providing a public street connection to the west. That was something that was discussed quite a bit during the original development approvals, and was something that was expressed as a desire. So that was one thing in the back of our minds, is can we come up with a design that would accommodate a public street connection rather than a private. Second thing on staff's mind was, can we come with a development plan, a revised development that provides additional open space? Part of that was that we, in the interim, had adopted new parking standards that right-sized those parking spaces, also reduced some of the parking requirements for some of those units, namely the multifamily units. We again, as you know, have adjusted rates for those based on some studies that we did as staff, and also some recommendations from professionals in the traffic engineering field. Townhome parking was not impacted by that. That was left the same. But as we looked at implementing those revised parking standards, that was another thing that we wanted to do, to see if we could again achieve better and more open space as we looked at this revised design. We also wanted to be sensitive to an issue along this east property line. If you can kind of see that, I'm going to go forward a little bit here. You can see that here in this drawing. The original drawing the original design, excuse me, had a dirt access road, gravel access road to the Weber Basin facility to the north and to the northeast of this property. The applicant's original design, Weber Basin had some serious concerns with that in terms of getting their vehicles, their maintenance vehicles up into their facility there. So one of our concerns was making sure that the new design was able to take full advantage of roadways to try to provide that and to provide additional open space for this development. So looking at those various issues and concerns from staff, we, again, working through these different iterations with the applicant, a new design was proposed, and we have taken this to the Planning Commission. That you can see that the open space configuration has changed. We do have a public street that now runs through the development, again, just approximately in this location, connects to 3025, connects to the property to the west to provide future access, future public street access through these areas. We also, and this was through some very hard work by the applicant, they were able to create an access way that would accommodate Weber Basin and create usable open space on the east side of their development. So instead of just a gravel road, this now becomes a nice amenity for the site where they have really and a very large walking path that becomes a real amenity for those residents that live in this development. So as part of that development and that iterative process, the applicant was also able to realize some additional units, and that's shown on this plan. One of the things that we were very excited about was that not only did the amount of open space increase, but also the quality of open space increase. We have more flat, usable areas. We have better pedestrian connections through the site, wider areas between buildings, better layouts of open space amenities, particularly in the townhomes. With the grading issues that were occurring on the site, this was really turning into just a series of retaining walls between these homes with really not any usable open space between these townhomes because of the ability to redesign the site and put some of those townhomes along that north of the site. Some of these grading issues have been able to be addressed and make the transition in grade, using that building to make the transition in grade, and then providing more usable open space throughout the development and a better connected open space network. And again, additional open space. You can see the increase in open space there went from about 2.9 acres to about 3.8 acres. So with that, part of that design process as we start to move buildings around, again, we looked at more efficient layouts of buildings and areas that could be benefit from some better design, and that initiated, or I guess resulted in, a modified request for zoning designations on the property. I'll go back to this map. This is the original configuration of the property with the original zoning configurations. This is the new request. You can see those modified zoning configurations there, some additional mixed use, some reductions in the CTH zone. The commercial zone stays about the same. Part of that is that we're dedicating right-of-way in this area, but really that commercial parcel stays pretty much the same as what it was originally designed at, just with some right-of-way now surrounding it. I want to go through just really quickly and show you some of the designs of the buildings that the applicant has submitted in support of this development application. This is the proposed development, the proposed apartments, excuse me, that were a part of this new application. This is what was approved originally. You can see 3 stories in both cases. You can see the tuck-under garages that the applicant has proposed, so that, again, that's one of those things that leads to some greater efficiencies on site, is allowing for those tuck-under garage designs and more of them. These are the proposed townhomes submitted by the applicant. Again, these are what were originally approved. Very, very similar, in kind of the residential appearance with the gables and various relief. A little difference. We were able to take some of those designs and plug them into a 3D rendering, so you can kind of see how that will lay out on site. This is a view showing that trail on the east side, the open space area in the center of those developments. Again, the revised design has resulted in better and more usable open space areas, flatter, more connected open space areas, so we're very excited about that. Again, just another shot into that area, showing you what that'd look like between those buildings. Another shot of one of the amenity areas in the development.
How does it?
And then another look kind of down into that area. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
How does it connect for the Weber Water? Was that it? You said they were going to take out a dirt road?
Yep. The roadway now becomes a combined driveway, roadway that goes along that east side, that becomes the Weber Basin access as well. You can see that little paved access that comes off that
That's the
northeast
access
corner.
there.
Yep. Before, they just couldn't get those vehicles up through this kind of winding roadway that was proposed
I
before.
see.
This gives them a straight shot.
Straight
more or
shot.
less. Yep.
Talking
Back down here.
can I
I'm gonna
ask-
I'm gonna
can I ask
go through. I've just got a couple more slides to show you. Then I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. This again, just going down through here. Other shots of that revised roadway with the multifamily on the right, the townhomes on the left, and then just some other shots of what that will look like there in that open space. Just really quick, we did review this with the Planning Commission. They did recommend that the that the City Council approve this amendment to the development agreement, the proposed zone changes, and the rescinding of the original development agreement in replacement with that new development agreement and annexation agreement. So our recommendation to you would also be for you to approve Resolution 2066 and Ordinance 2037, approving that development agreement and rezone request. And I would be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay.
It kind of builds on what Councilmember Thomas had to say, though. On that road, in the engineer report, it talks about a 20-foot wide drivable surface capable of handling the 80,000 square foot pound vehicles and stuff. But when you go to the fire report, it says the road needs to be 26 feet. So where's the difference in that?
So are you referring to the engineering comments? Is that what you're?
Yeah, under her memorandum, it said the following information is provided for informational purposes and may not be inclusive. And then she talks about street, and it specifically says a 20-foot wide drivable surface capable of whatever to access the Weber Basin and Layton City tanks. Area will need to be accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But then when you read the fire report, it said that roads need to be 26
Okay,
feet.
thank you. I can see the question now. So you've got an engineering requirement talking about the access to those tanks. Then you've got fire requirements. In the case of this design, they've designed to those fire requirements, which provides that wider surface area.
Okay.
But they're still got to be built to that 80,000 so they can get those trucks in and out of that.
Okay, so
site,
that
yeah.
road is 26 feet then?
The access road around there, yeah.
Okay.
Is there, I assume there's no parking in front of the, whatever they are,
Here,
on that road?
there won't be any parking in front of that access way in there, yeah.
There's none on the left. You
There's-
can't park on the curb.
So these are tuck under garages right here, so they're,
Understand?
so there won't be any parking behind those. I think,
No, in front, next to the home.
right,
that
that's,
what you call
it's the rear of the
behind?
home, yeah, it's the rear,
Okay,
but yes,
okay.
that's, yeah, exactly,
Okay,
yep.
That's fine.
And then I have a couple other questions. So on Exhibit C, the coloring one, what is the difference between an apartment building and a common floor area? Because the colors appear to be the same. I can't, maybe it's my eyes, I can't tell. But,
On Exhibit C,
Yeah.
that's to the development agreement.
most likely.
Let me pull that up on my computer really quick. And Tim's here too. Tim, if you want to jump in, if you can get that answer quicker than I do, then please feel free to.
You want me to keep going?
Yes,
Okay. Yeah, it's Exhibit C is the concept plan.
okay.
And then in the owner's undertaking or whatever, the 4.1.3 talks about garage inspections to verify that they are meeting the parking requirements. Do we really have the ability to do that on a private home, to have them open the garage once a year and check on that they're parking their cars in their garage?
It's in the development agreement, so yes, I mean, that'll be part of the development conditions, that they would allow us to make sure that these are being used as parking and not
Are these
as
private
storage.
homes?
Sure, yeah, it's part of our development agreement. There are communities that require through their CCNRs that garages be used for parking only and not for storage. So we are requesting that be available. We'd hope that would be policed by the actual owner of the property, so that does become an issue. But yeah, we were part of that development agreement is that they would agree that we could do those inspections. We'd hope that they would just manage that themselves.
Okay.
Regarding the common area, building area,
Well, if you look at Exhibit C in the coloring, and then you look at the key down below, apartment buildings and common floor area, I don't see that you have the key on yours.
it is a subtle color change, and so the two ground floor units next to the pool are slightly darker, and so we could improve that color contrast.
You know, a couple of us on here are a little old.
Well, it doesn't help on the projection screen either.
Okay,
Left side, lowercase.
okay.
Oh,
All right, and then I have two more quick questions.
Okay, Tim's pointed them out to me. I'll show you where they're at for the rest of the council's benefit. So it's these two
Yeah.
units right here.
And I still can't see it, but that's okay. And then it mentions the culinary water pressure was too low, so that's something they'll have to address before this moves on, correct?
Yes, yeah, certainly.
Okay. And then just out of curiosity, there were only 5 members of the planning commission there that night. So it wasn't an overwhelming support, it was 3-2. So what were the oppositions that the planning commission expressed to this?
So there wasn't anything expressed before the vote. We did follow up with some of those commissioners after the meeting just to find out what some of the concerns were. One was, I think, maybe a misunderstanding about the open space that we would have loved to have addressed at that meeting, related to how much open space was increasing and what that area looked like. I think the other was just, I think, related to the overall design and the units and I think that it's hard for us to say kind of after the fact what the concerns were at the time of the vote, but I think just that kind of overall design of the development and the number of units was a concern.
Because it didn't really change unit count all that much, did it?
You can see the numbers up there. We actually went through and sharpened our pencil a little bit, made sure we got the numbers correct for this exhibit. This was actually a little bit different than what the Planning Commission saw, just because we had to, as happens in these developments, as they went through and refined the development from start to finish, those numbers changed on the existing entitlement. So the Planning Commission saw a number of 167. It was actually 186 is what they ended up with at their final development of the current entitlement. So you can see those numbers and the differences there. We reduced some of the townhome developments, but townhome numbers, increased the multifamily, and it was 186 to 235. About a 26% increase.
But you got a public road out of it, right?
We feel like the design, the overall design is just better in so many ways. We feel that besides the public street, you've got, again, more and better open space available for the residents. You've got additional room between those townhomes. As we saw the design progress between conceptual approval and what was approved for building, again, those areas between those townhomes started to just become a series of retaining walls to try to make up for that grade. In this design, they're able to make that grade up very quickly with just the design of the homes on that first tier of homes on the north side, and then provide less slope between those townhomes as they move to the south. So that provides better, more usable open space area.
Chad, a comment, and Gary, I'll be careful what I say or how I say it. I remember this project with the Planning Commission before. It was there was a concern about the traffic, and again, it was the scope of what we were talking about. The traffic probably didn't matter to that discussion that we were having that night, and so there was a vote taken, and the people that voted, the commissioners that voted against the agreement, or I don't know if it was the plan at that time. It was about the traffic. It really wasn't really about the project. It was the
development
traffic.
plan at that time, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And if I remember, maybe Don and Tom, you can chime in, some sort of a compromise. There'd be a private road, and then there'd be the raised median, which is already there. UDOT put that in, which is great. And that was kind of the mitigating for the traffic going up through here into the neighborhood. There was just a big conversation about that and a big concern. And I mean, talk me through it seemed to quell the concern, but now it's back to now it's a public road. Before it was a private road.
Yeah.
Talk about the traffic. Talk
Sure.
about that with us.
And we've got Steve here that can talk to some of the traffic issues, but I want to address the private versus public. That wasn't part of the mitigation for the traffic. That road had an easement that would have allowed the public to go up through it anyway on that private street. So it, that portion of it was not necessarily mitigation for those traffic concerns. That was already, in fact, it was desirable from our standpoint and from some of those that reviewed previously the development to have that become a public street rather than a private street because it was being used by the public anyway. And so I think that was the reason for that private street in the previous iteration was to provide for additional parking. That we wouldn't allow for them to use public on-street parking to count for their minimum parking requirements. And that's not counted on this one. The public on-street parking available is not part of their minimum parking standards. But that was the reason for the private street, not to address the traffic concerns, because they could still cut through on that street. The public street also gives the advantage, again, of giving a public street connection. I'm pointing with my finger, but I'll point with the pointer here. The public street connection to that property to the west. That's a big deal too, to make sure that we have a good, connection so that people don't have to go out there on 193 necessarily. So Steve may want to talk to the median. We have had some of the construction done on that recently, and maybe you could talk to that a little bit, Steve.
Do I not smile enough, Councilman Thomas? Okay. So, so the mitigations that were required of the original development plan actually function to mitigate any of the changes that have been made to this development plan that is being proposed. The traffic engineer has resubmitted updated numbers and counts that show that the mitigations that were required for the original plan will still make the traffic flow work here. I know that there's concerns with an increase in traffic, which is always a concern when you add units and development, but on this particular location, the mitigating requirements of the median in 193 and Highway 193 were substantial enough that you could have changed a lot of things in that median would still, by removing the full access on 193, you actually help with a lot of that. Now, UDOT has worked with the city in looking at the median and the extents of that median, and it's my understanding that it's on a programmed list of safety improvements for the entire stretch of Highway 193 to be looked at in the 2023-2024 timeframe, and so if funding continues the way it's programmed, then we might see additional substantial changes with medians along Highway 193 to address some of these access concerns that people have and some of the kind of turning conflicts that maybe have existed in the past. But as part of this development, as any new developments coming in, UDOT is requiring these types of mitigating items to be installed so that it can progressively work its way through until they can find the funding for a full project along that area. So does that answer your questions?
Yes, thank you. That and UDOT and Layton City very responsive back then. I mean, that median went up super fast. I mean, you had a magic wand, and it's helped the traffic on the other side of the street.
Yeah.
That issue there by the Subway and the Taco Bell with that traffic there. So, yeah, thanks.
Yep.
Stay there for a minute, Steve. Yeah, it's got just a question on Shannon's notes in regards to culinary water.
Yeah.
Because there's a 14-inch main and a 16-inch main that don't have enough pressure.
Yeah, basically those are transmission lines that the city has that bring water out of our Sandridge tanks and booster station area, and so they cannot connect to those lines. Unfortunately, those lines may be closer to the development than the one they need to connect to, so we're just trying to make a note that as they plan for this development, they need to plan accordingly and get to the line that has the pressure to service the property.
And those lines are there.
Yeah,
as
those
noted
lines are
above.
there. Yeah, so that was just a clarification to make sure they know that even though the lines may be close, they aren't acceptable for pressures to meet the standards that the city has or that the state requires us to have.
Okay, and then it says in there that there'll be master meters, that each apartment and each dwelling won't have their own meter, but there'll be master meters to service each building, or what?
Yeah, just when they come in for their design, we'll work through that design with them, and depending on how they design the project, there will be master meters that will be required, so that the city won't have multiple meters throughout the private area to try and maintain. So that's a standard that we've been implementing for years now to keep the meters towards the public street, and then allow the private development to manage their side of that meter.
So looking at this one where we have a proposed public street from 193 jogs up through, everything to the east of that then would be on master meters. There would be no public meters because they're private roads, correct?
Well, the meters will all be public because they're owned by the city. We'll look at the design of the water lines throughout the subdivision, and they may be able to put in a larger meter and then run, say, a 2 or a 4-inch line throughout that area to the east of the public road to service all of those properties. I imagine there will be at least 2 master meters on that site to be able, or to the site east of that public road, to be able to have a loop system and provide continuous service if one of the meters needs to be maintained.
But those would be private meters.
No, the meters themselves will be owned by Layton City, and they'll be out in the landscaped areas. We work closely with the developers to find a place to put them in the landscaped areas. So if the developer chooses to meter individual buildings for themselves, they can do that, but the city will establish master meters that will then be just read and owned by the city. That's our standard, is that we own from the main connection all the way to the meter, and then the outgoing side is the responsibility of the property owners.
So it was my understanding in the past that all those city-owned meters would be on a public street so that they can be accessed, correct? Yeah. So there wouldn't be any east of that public street that would be city-owned?
Not from what I understand. We'll take a look at that and see where the meters need to be, but there's plenty of landscaped areas for us to put those meters on, and then they'll run their lines throughout the development.
Okay. Council, any other questions before we open the public meeting?
Yeah, I have a comment because my take on the desire of the public and private road is completely different and portrayed, because I, for one, argued quite extensively to make that a public street before, and now it's just a 180 to me of what's happened since then. So I'm having a little hard time understanding that and the reasoning behind that. And also the grading, if I drive up past that piece now, most of it has been graded off. I think there's been a considerable amount of grading already done, except for on the northwest corner. And I understand along the north side is still a little bit steep, but the piece really isn't that unlevel in today's world. In fact, if I recall, they were crushing concrete and doing a whole bunch of other stuff on that piece of property since it was originally proposed. So it's not like it's a big, piece of property with a lot of grading issues in my mind today. Other than that northwest corner, there's still quite an amount of dirt there. And then to use that as an example to justify more units, I can't see how more units is solving any kind of a grading issue.
As far as the grading issues, the applicants here, and as we open up the public hearing, I think they can speak to what their experience was as they went and graded the site. They can kind of tell you that some of the constraints that they ran into. On the public street issue, though, I think part of that redesign was in direct response to the conversations that you had during that initial review. And, we heard those concerns. And as we went back to the drawing board on this property, we said, hey, as you guys redesign this, we feel like there was some really good things that were brought up in that original. We want to see that in that original review, we want to see this incorporated as a public street based on some of the comments that you made in that original review. So, sometimes when you look at a site and we go through that comment period, the original reason for that being a private street was, again, to give some additional parking that could be counted toward minimums. We've been able to now, as we've reworked the site, find other ways to accommodate the parking. And so it's been, really a win-win. And that's that's why the 180 is that we heard you and we said, if we're going to redesign this, then we better include a public street. So that's the answer to that first one. With the grading issues, though, I think your applicant can speak to that a little bit and tell you what's going on there.
Just one or two other comments is, this is my opinion again, but I think this is a result of my concern on the parking issue. When I mentioned that I think we would just see a lot of, and I understand there's a little more open space here, but there's tremendously more units as a result of that parking ordinance passed than, like I said then, that I feared that diminishing those parking ordinances to smaller lots would just increase the amount of buildings. And I think this is an example of that. There is some different open space as well, but I see many more buildings. The other issue is, and this has been brought up, I think, in the Planning Commission by a commissioner, I think maybe even here, the concern that are we using the MU to just up the density on projects instead of the condo townhouse zoning? That's been brought up in the Planning Commission, I know, and I think it was brought up here once before. So just something to think about.
Do you want me to, I don't want to, you want me to wait till after the public hearing to address some of those, Tom? Or?
You can address whatever you want.
Okay.
When you want.
Yeah. I think, from our perspective, of course, there was a relook at the property. We do have some new parking standards. Being able to realize some additional units was kind of a byproduct of applying those standards. But at the same time, this is an area that you have general planned for higher densities, right? For different housing types, for a variety of housing types. This is an appropriate place for that, for those units. And so we feel that, the things that we got in return were, again, not, and this was something we talked about during the parking ordinance that we hoped would happen, is that as we've right-sized those parking spaces and dimensions and things, that we also realized more open space. And so that was an important part of what we hoped would happen, is that as we have more efficient designs and if we right-size parking spaces and parking demand, that, we got not only more but better open space opportunities because of some of those changes, and that was a win for us. And as I look at this site plan, we've got the flatter open spaces, you've got connectivity through the site that we didn't have before. This is going to be, we think, a very, very, it's a well thought out plan, and we think it's going to be a very good development for our town center. And part of the reasoning behind residential in these town centers to begin with is to support those existing commercial uses that are already there. Layton's in a really unique situation where most of our town centers already have kind of a commercial core to them. Our town center at Fairfield and Gentile, our town center at Fairfield and Gordon, both of them have commercial that really can use those additional residents to support those, particularly those grocery uses. And this is, many communities, you see the residential come in first and then the commercial trickles in later. In this case, we've got existing commercial that these units are going to really help, keep that commercial viable and keep that really a town center type of a situation where people can have those amenities, or not only the amenities, but the shopping opportunities, the essentials that they need very close, which is what we want to do. We want to put those things close together. So
I think that's an important point, Chad, because when people talk about higher density and more units, it's almost always a negative in people's minds. I don't think it would be a negative for all those small businesses across the street. The Chinese restaurant, or Walmart's one thing, but all the other people who own businesses in that area would love to have someone so close so that they can get dinner on the way home, and it's right across the street. So I think that's I am a big fan and a big proponent of the town center concept just for that reason, because like you said, it's the commercial's already there, and we have a pretty not so small little multifamily just not very far away in kitty corner to this property already anyway.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of putting it in a place where it needs to be, where it's already has typical area. So I think that's something that we need to maybe mention more, is that it does affect the commercial centers that are already there in a very beneficial way.
Thank you.
I think that's generally true on some of your town centers, but I think this right here is a little unique because you got Highway 193 and you're not going to be walking across. You're going to have to drive across every one of those businesses. So that's something, some of the other town centers you talk about, yeah, you can go out of your apartment, you can go get your food, whatever, you can walk, which is many times what you guys are proponing, you're proponents of, you know, to walk, be able to walk and everything. But with 193 there, it's not going to happen here.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily mean walking per se, but, you know, if you're going across the street and they got those medians that Councilman Morris mentioned, you know, it's a pretty easy left turn and a pretty safe one with the medians in place to be able to get into that little, you know, commercial area. So they might not be walking across the street, but it's a pretty easy drive. And they're not going to have to go all the way down 193, you know, into town to be able to get something. So it's going to be a lot quicker for them to get there through by car.
Review then the access again, because it was my understanding that this was not going to be a left turn out onto 193. Right turn only, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It'll be
Just
right,
median.
yes, it'll be right turn only there, yeah. I think what Councilman Bloxman's talking about is going down and then making the left turn
Yeah,
at the
right.
appropriate place, yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess,
Cutlers and Chinese restaurant, all that, I think sure you can get there pretty quick.
you certainly could go down to the signalized intersection and hopefully cross. I mean, we all know this is 193. It is a little bit different, and I'm not trying to say that it's not, but I think you could feasibly walk if you wanted to. And it's a tough crossing. I've made it before. I know what all that means. I get it. Believe me, I get it. But I think to your point, Zach, that it's also about reducing the distance of those trips, reducing those vehicle miles traveled. And this is going to do that. Even if someone has to go out and make that small trip, it's much better than driving miles to a store, and you're supporting that. The other thing that it comes down to is a lot of those trips that we're talking about are coming home from work trips or leaving to work trips. That you're coming home and you need to grab that gallon of milk or whatever, and you have a very convenient location to do that right before you get home, and then you jump back there. So there's other things to think about as far as that concept of what these town centers mean, with the full acknowledgement that this one is unique. It's got that great big highway going through it.
Okay. Any more discussion before we open it up the public meeting? Okay. I'll now declare the meeting now open then. So at this point, we'll accept any conversation or regarding any public input. Seeing that there's none here, and I know that should you have any input, we prefer that you email that information in online prior to today or 3 o'clock. Gary, was there any submitted online at all?
So we do have our applicant here that maybe could speak to the grading issues, the question.
Okay, you're welcome to step up to the podium, state your name.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Logan Johnson with Wright Development Group. Recognize some of you guys from our last approval. Just to address some of the comments that you guys have said. So, Tom, we had the exact same reaction when we saw the site on the grading. We looked up and we said it's higher on that corner, but it looks pretty flat. And then the grading bids came in, and the amount of dirt that had to be brought in became problematic and cost prohibitive. As you guys know, we were out there, we were starting our grading, we were crunching asphalt. Shannon and our contractor had a few words about it a little bit, and I know there was a little bit of consternation, but that was a big driver of looking back at it. The grading was so significant that we thought it was causing all kinds of trouble, especially on that north end. So our engineer came up with an idea on using those townhomes as actually a retaining wall. So on the north side, they'll act as a 2-story townhouse, but on the south side where the garage is, it'll actually be a 3-story townhouse. And just that innovative design and our ability to drop 8 to 10 feet just off the bat. I mean, if you extrapolate that over the entire property, it's an enormous amount of dirt. And like Chad and Tim said, it resulted in a lot more usable open space, a lot less retaining walls going on, a lot of things coming down. And then as we went through the design process and staff brought up the public road, just wanted to point out one other advantage of the public road that I recall from our last meetings was people were worried about the access to the property to the west, and this way it's a very clear access. It's not an easement. They don't got to come deal with us later. It's a public road and it's clean to go along with that. And then just generally with the site, going back and forth with staff, it's just a more efficient design. If you look at the old site, the buildings that aren't square, the curves that don't utilize parking on either side. On the previous design, as Chad mentioned, that entire Weber Basin Road, because there's some lines underneath there, Weber Basin said, and we said, we're just not going to touch it. But through this process and going through with staff, we've made an agreement with them. We've identified precisely where the lines are. So, in fact, if you can see on that road coming down right towards the access on highway, you can see just a tiny jog that the parking kind of comes out from the edge. We went out and potholed, know exactly where those lines are, and so we worked it out with Weber Basin, and that gave us almost an acre more land to work with that really didn't exist in the previous site plan because we had just had to ignore it. So part of the increase of the yield is simply we have more land to work with, and through working with Tim and Chad, who have been fantastic, it's just a better design. It's more efficient, and we're not going to say no to a better design and more efficient units. We actually own the commercial across the street. We're the landlords that have all those multi-tenant buildings, and we have absolutely seen an increase in business as rooftops has come up over time. And obviously, we're excited for this project to do it for the project's sake, but we're very excited for what it's going to do to our commercial tenants across the street. And we have no doubt, like you were saying, Zach, that it's going to have a positive impact on their ability to run business. Tom, one comment that you might be interested in the currently entitled plan, the apartments actually have a parking ratio of 1.26, which is surprisingly low, arguably problematically low. And you know, we had gone through the process, and that's what it got. That's currently what exists, is 1.26 on the apartments. This plan is a 1.8 parking stalls per unit ratio, a much healthier spot to be. And so, yes, I agree that there is a good bit of parking, but I think this plan, as presented, is a much better parking situation than the previous plan that we currently have rights to. Just an interesting thought that is worth considering. And other than that, I think I took notes and tried to address any comments you guys had. Chad, is there anything else you'd add there, or are there any questions that the council has for me?
Council, do you have any questions for the developer?
Thank you. I would appreciate, prior to your vote, if you're inclined to vote against it, if I had a chance to address any comments, or if you could state clearly why or why not. The Planning Commission kind of caught us by surprise with their vote, and so we just wanted to make sure that we had the ability to address any comments.
Did Commissioners Allen and Wilson give reason to you?
So in the meeting, one of the commissioners talked about the mixed use thing a little bit. I didn't get the indication that it seemed more like an inquisitive question. Yeah, but the no vote was a little bit of surprise. I know staff reached out, I texted staff after and said, you know, could you talk to them about what their issues were? You know, we'd be happy to address anything, you know, even change the plan if needs be, but just kind of caught us by surprise. And so we would just appreciate an opportunity to address concerns if they are there.
Yeah, that was our impression too. We had just kind of a general question that we didn't necessarily see as being a concern, just a kind of an inquiry, and then the vote. And so we were caught a little off guard ourselves.
Okay.
Okay, is there any other comments? Okay, seeing that there's no more comments, Council, I'll look for a motion to take action regarding our public hearing tonight on this development agreement with the, I'm going to call it the Jake's property, because we know that's what it is. So, anyone care to make that motion?
All right.
Sorry,
You know.
Dawn, you're the only one brave enough.
Guys can really talk. First, I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing and make a motion that we approve the development agreement, and I put a candy in my mouth, so sorry, and a rezone request at 1333 East, 3000 North for the realignment of the current zone districts by increasing the MU zone district area and decreasing the areas currently zoned as condominium townhouse and CP1 planned neighborhood commercial. Resolution 2066 and ordinances 2037.
Good. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second that we close the public hearing and take action regarding the resolution 20-66 and ordinance -20-37. Being that this is a public hearing, we need to take a roll call vote. So with that, I'll start with Councilmember Day.
No?
Councilmember Bloxham?
Yes.
Patrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Okay. There you have it. We have our vote of 4-1. Okay, that concludes all of our items that are on our agenda. However, what's that, Gary? I could, sure. So,
Can I make a comment, Mayor?
absolutely.
Alex, I just want to mention how well the sidewalk there on West Hillfield Road from the railroad down turned out to be. That turned out to be really nice. And I appreciate that being done like that. Just one request in regards to that is can we look into getting a pedestrian crossing there for the folks to go to the sidewalk on the west? Sugar.
Sugar? You mean paint, you like painted?
Just to paint it with a sign.
We're actually evaluating that to make sure that it meets all the criteria we need to put that in. So we just actually talked about that this afternoon, so we're in the process. So.
And the best place may be down a little ways, you know.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to make sure is that as busy as that intersection is, we don't want to make pedestrians be in a bad spot where they're going to have a problem getting across there to that crosswalk on the west, or the sidewalk on the west side.
But I do notice them using it a lot, and I notice them crossing over to that west side even now, so thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Okay. I'll turn the time over to Gary.
Mayor, this is going to be real quick. A few weeks ago, 2 meetings ago, I think, you approved a quitclaim deed to the folks in Seneca Cove subdivision for the street. The county recorder simply requested that we add language to each of the names that we're dedicating the property to, and the language would say "and/or their successors and assigns" for the purpose of making sure that the street continues in possession of whoever owns the property. And so I just want to let you know, because you approved the deed exactly the way that it was, that we're going to make that change that the county recorder requested. And just want to let you know for the record that we would be doing that.
Okay. Do you have
Thank
any
you.
concerns there? I mean, basically, we're just meeting their requirements.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Got one more thing, can I?
absolutely.
And Chad, you and Tim might have comment on this, but being the liaison to the Planning Commission, I've noticed the attendance hasn't been too well the last 2 meetings. And I know that there has been a few family issues and stuff, but I mean, I think we barely had a quorum the last 2 times. So I don't know if there's some issues there. And then one other thing that concerned me last meeting was to have Chairman Brett Nilsson not conducting the meeting, but sitting down in the audience. I think he should be conducting the meeting every time that he's present. Any comments or concerns? That's just some observations of mine.
Those are good observations, and I'm glad you brought it to the rest of ours attention, because, I mean, that's why we have a liaison there for us.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're not sure. We saw a conversation going on between Tricia and Brett, but we're not sure why that happened the way that it did. Kind of happened before we kind of knew what was happening there. So, by the time we kind of saw what was going on, a little bit, it was kind of too late to switch things around. But I can see what you're saying. We agree. I think that's something I want to talk to Brett about and see what had happened there. We have had commissioners that have been concerned about social distancing and things, so we have tried to limit the number of people up here at the dais, certainly, trying to make sure we have spacing between folks as they're up here on the up here in front of the public. We have encouraged people to still come, though. We definitely have said we'd still like you to come. There's plenty. We don't have huge crowds at those meetings right now, and so there's plenty of room for people to come and sit, and particularly in the work sessions, to participate in those actively, and our alternates and our regular planning commissioners, and we can even accommodate additional folks up here if we need to at the bottom. But part of that has been just a discussion about how to create spacing up here, how to have people feel safe and have that social distancing. But that was a good question related to the chair. Don't know exactly what happened, but we'll definitely have a conversation about that.
I mean, in the past, when you had them spread out at this table here with a mic, I mean, I think they could all be here, and I think, as far as I'm concerned, they're expected to be here
Yes.
and participating fully, whether they're alternate or not, and it was plenty of social distancing. It's usually just me out there.
Yeah.
But when you had them around the table here, that was plenty for them all to be present and.
Yeah, we agree. We think we can have people safely here, but part of that, the reason you're seeing 5 up there, I think we had 5 both times. I don't think it was one of the times may have been 4, but I think it was 5 the other time. So, and that's kind of what you can, 5 to 6 up there is about what you can accommodate with a recording secretary there.
And I know there was a couple of family issues as well.
Yeah, we did,
so-
and we did have some folks that called in and said they had some sickness that they wanted to just be safe and be careful. So, thank you.
I think all of us would support that, so please pass that on behalf of the entire council
Yeah,
and the mayor. Okay, before we close, I want to circle back around to
Okay.
the wall issue. I mean, this is a meeting, we need to discuss it. You guys want to discuss it. We've got to be able to give our folks an opportunity to take action. Do you guys feel like you need to go look at the facility, look at that particular land up there that we're talking about on Gordon regarding the wall, or are you prepared to go ahead and take some action on the size? Let's just have a dialogue.
Well, I had a thought as I've been sitting here. We've got, across the street, we've got maybe a vinyl fence and the path and all of that. Are they getting any more of a sound reduction than the people on the other side of the street that don't have the fence?
These guys have
I don't know. I can tell you personally where I live, we have an 8-foot Trek fence in anticipation of the West Davis corridor, and the neighbors absolutely hate it. They feel boxed in. They can't see over it. We have the bird preserve to the west. They can't see it anymore. I kind of understand some of that concern. If this wall is so important for sound mitigation, then I don't understand why it's not on the south side to provide the same exact sound mitigation. Is a 6-foot wall on their side going to give them the same sound attenuation as the trail with a vinyl fence and buffering is on the other side? So.
If I can speak to that a little bit, the difference here with maybe where you live, Councilman Fitzpatrick, is that you're relatively flat in the grading that you have out there. And so, if you stand on the north side or the east side of your development and the west side, I don't know that there's a whole lot of grade change there. On this site in particular, there's an actual wall along the Ovation Homes side of that road, south side of the road, that's anywhere from 3 to 4 feet tall, and the homes sit below that. So I think the answer is yes. The homes on the south side, even if they have a vinyl fence there, they're already lower, and so the sound would typically travel up over the top of those homes, whereas the homes on the north side of this road are climbing. And so what we're trying to do is allow for the sound to not go into their homes the way that it would if the homes are elevated. As Alex spoke to earlier, the homes on Oak Ridge Circle, every one of those is going to sit above this wall, and so it's more decorative towards their end, but it will help some to help mitigate some of the noise. But again, to your point, it may feel like it's absolutely too tall, but a 6-foot fence and a 6-foot wall essentially do the same thing in my understanding of the way that the noise attenuation would work. And so if we're going to change the wall for them to a 6-foot wall, we do have others that have asked for that, as Alex spoke to, and so that's the hard dilemma, I guess, that we're in, is that we want it to function and work. And to, I think, Councilman Bloxham's point, there's other homeowners that may potentially own those homes in the future, and what are we going to do when they come back to the city and say, well, you put in this wall, but it's not doing anything for me, I want it changed. And so I think there's a lot of those considerations that we need to take into account. But as far as the grading goes, there's a substantial difference in the south side of this road and the north side of the road as far as where the homes are in elevation. So.
You said that UDOT does sound attenuation studies and all of that, so they have the science behind knowing exactly how high the walls were. You indicated that we have not done that. So we really don't know what the sound attenuation difference between a 6 and an 8-foot wall is, do we?
Not down to the hard numbers. The difference in the UDOT policy is that UDOT has a very strict policy they follow from the federal guidelines that they have. In the case of UDOT, if this were a UDOT wall, which it would not qualify as a noise wall for UDOT's purposes, but if it was, every one of those homeowners would receive a ballot. They would have to vote on that ballot, and so many of those homeowners would have to respond in the affirmative, and then every one of those homeowners that respond, or so many would have to respond, and then of that portion that had to respond, so many of those would have to vote in the affirmative. And so it's actually a challenge for some of these areas that people want noise walls to get them, because some of their neighbors have these same concerns. Well, I'm going to lose my view. I'm going to, feel like I'm in a huge, hole or something like that. And so there are the balances that we need to make here. But again, to me, the benefit of the wall is if it's 8 feet tall, then it does help with that noise because the grades are climbing. It gives you the blocking of the sound as the air or as the noise follows that path. So
You mentioned if they go to a 6-foot wall, it's going to go up against the wall that's going to be 8 feet higher?
So if we go from a 6 to an 8, that's a 2-foot jump that we have to make eventually. But at the location just to the east of those 4 homes, we have to put in a retaining wall, and the retaining wall starts as a 2-foot by 4-foot block, and then it goes to a 4 and then a 6-foot wall. And so we're going to end up with a step from 6 to a 4-foot wall plus an 8-foot wall in that section, instead of what we normally were planning on as an 8-foot wall that's then going to be kind of 10 feet right there, but then it will be 8 as it continually goes up, if that makes sense. So the retaining wall portion of this is going to add some height in that section to the east, and to make a jump from 6 all the way up there, you're going to have a wall, and then it will have a big jump, whereas when we try and build this and we build it with the grade, we'll have to determine where it is that we need to make that jump, because they have to do it in 2-foot increments.
So do you know where that jump is, Steve, exactly, or?
It's planned right now to be at that Lincoln
Fourth house?
Adams, the Lincoln Adams property and the homes in the cottages at Valley View subdivision. I'm sorry, let me see if I can grab the mouse and I'll point to it on the screen.
Yeah, it's right. It's right where you turn to go south into that Ovation project. The one the north
And
side
then
right there.
the blue section west of there, what's the height of the wall where it meets the road?
So the transition we anticipate to be in this area right here, the retaining wall needs to start. So you're going to have that transition there where you're going to have to step from whatever this wall height is, which we're planning on being 8 up there, and you're going to have a wall that goes from this point to anywhere from 4 to 6 feet through this section. And then this section of blue is going to be an 8-foot wall in this area, about where the current side yard is of this home to the west, but this side yard of this home already has a rockery wall in it that's approximately 2 to 3 feet tall. So you've got a lot of grade challenges in here to deal with, and as you move forward, that's one of the reasons we can't effectively put in those 3-foot drop-down walls, because the road is changing elevation so quickly through this area.
So then on the topography, then going farther west,
That drops off considerably.
that drops
that
off
drops
a
off
lot. So
substantially.
would you still continue with an 8-foot wall would be most efficient in that area as well?
Yeah, we're still planning on the 8-foot wall. Like Alex mentioned, they talked about wanting higher walls for some of these people, the homeowners in this area. There's actually a substantial kind of gully down in there that UDOT is using some of the project fill to blend in and fill in so that they don't feel like they're in a hole, because they were looking at if UDOT were to put in that section of wall to retain the roadway that they were constructing, it would be 15 plus feet to be able to have a wall, and they were concerned about having a 15-foot wall and being at the bottom of that 15-foot wall, but they also hope to help with the noise, and it's also a visual thing. If you can't see the traffic, then I know it's not really measurable, but we find that people, like what Councilwoman Fitzpatrick mentioned out west. They're planning berming and stuff along the Project West Davis corridor because visually, if you can't see the traffic, then it doesn't sound as loud to you, even though the decibels don't change. It's a visual thing as well, so.
So Steve, you mentioned that you had someone, an assistant, talk to all of the residents.
Yeah. That was the gentleman was referring to the planning department. That was actually my staff. Alan McCain was out there talking to all of them. It's an engineering project. Yeah.
So it sounds like they all know that a wall was going to be placed.
Yes.
You went out and said, all right, here it's coming, and it's 8 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody except these 4 individuals who came in tonight and maybe one other that you mentioned said, well, we want it 6.
Yes. And some of the conversations that Alan has had with those homeowners is that a couple of the 4 are very vocal about it, but a couple are telling him they're kind of indifferent. It's just whatever the neighbors want that they'll go along with. So I don't think there's an adamant, I can't speak for them. Obviously, they came and spoke, but I don't feel that there's this adamant opposition to the wall. They're all excited to have the wall because they understand what it will do to help with the impacts that this roadway will have. To my knowledge, everybody's well aware this project has been on the plans for decades, if not, I don't even know how long ago it was put on the plan, but most of these homeowners were pretty elated that we were planning to do this for them because they know the cost, number one, but also the impacts that it could have if they don't receive this wall.
Steve, the other question is, what are the setbacks on I mean, obviously the houses to the west have much bigger setbacks in the blue area. Further to the east, what are the setbacks, backyard setbacks on those homes? I mean, these 4 that we're talking about tonight do have a pretty narrow setback because of the PRUD or whatever is there.
My understanding is the zoning setback is the same. I think it's 25 or 30 feet. I'd have to check with Chad or Tim, but you're correct in that the homes to the east here that have been built previous to the most recent homes, they do have a little bit larger yards in the backyard, and so they probably won't have as much of an impact as maybe these people feel they will have. But again, it's kind of an issue of the grading here. They're actually up higher from Gordon Avenue than these property owners over here will be, and as this wall goes in. So, but the consistent location of the wall is 10 feet behind the curb all the way along that north side.
Thank you, Steve. Mr. Thomas, did you want to weigh in or?
Yeah, how many homes will this affect?
How many homes does it affect overall?
Well, yeah, on this road
I
here.
think there's about 30 homes here that we're putting the wall up against, and then whatever happens in those areas that are in
Yeah,
pink.
that's after the
Yeah,
fact,
that's
but
after,
for right
but I
now,
believe
30.
there's about 28 to 30 homes there.
Okay. Council, I think we need to make some decisions here if we can tonight. You guys all understand the construction industry. You also know what our staff is up against. So I would like to go ahead and finish or give these guys a direct answer here as far as the size of the wall so that we can kind of move forward. So I'm going to...
Go ahead, call on me.
Okay. Tom, do you want to go ahead and voice your opinion, or do you want to say, I guess legally, let's go ahead and make a motion
I
on
think
this.
there's some residents that came down. I think they have a valid concern, and I didn't hear from any of the other residents up the way or down the way. And where there's a road coming in here, I think we could accommodate at least partially up there with a 6-foot wall. Whether it goes all the way to the end of the 4th house, maybe you got to step it up a little bit before that to make it blend into the other one. But I'm willing to look into it and make a concession for them.
So what you're saying is just those 4 homes there, put in a 6-foot wall, and then work on the grading, and the rest of the project would all be an 8-foot wall. Is that what you're proposing here?
Because you're making an exception for a guy up here that doesn't want one at all. And I don't think it has to open a can of worms necessarily. It may or may not, but these people, if they wanted to have a say, they could have come down. And I definitely would not go and start stair stepping it up and
Yeah,
down.
I don't want it to look like a,
I think, but where you've got a road coming in there, they have a legitimate concern with narrow backyard. A little bit of a view. These people up here aren't having a view really because they've got houses. These people do have a little bit of a view off into there. So that's my opinion.
We're told that the wall was 8 feet, but accommodated it. That's what the city comes back in and says, we want this. As the council, you're gonna tell me for them, well, at the last meeting, you know, this was what we talked about. Huge can of worms. Because council and the city's that's going to happen. That's how we're opening up. That's going to happen on that entire corridor.
that's a valid point.
Strictly briar patch to me, but that's just.
What? Just one on that 1053, whatever? I can't read it.
Yeah,
Or which one is
On
that?
those, on the blue, when the blue starts.
that was the partial rock wall, and then it would go to 8.
Well, there's
So we're gonna
already
leave his wall in?
there's already an existing rockery wall there, and we were planning to put our wall on top of that rockery wall, because if not, we have to
Oh,
remove it
so
and put in a new
his
retaining
will
wall.
still be 8 foot.
Well, his wall will be 8 foot. The plan is everything to be 8 foot.
Oh, okay.
It's the
But
issue.
I just wondered if we were.
No,
we were
we're
leaving
planning
that.
on, there's just a few homes here that have a fence up that we were planning to replace with the wall. Again, our understanding is that if you have a 6-foot fence, is a 6-foot wall going to make any bit of a difference other than the look? And so we were saying we want the benefit of the 8 foot for not only
Sure.
consistency, but
I
but
understand.
also to assist with that. So, but I do have to make mention that the grading is, we're very constrained with the property that we own, and so we're not able to really make a whole lot of changes to the grading that's going on out here without, you know, substantial time and effort to go and actually try and buy property and, or secure easements or whatever else that would take. We'd have to work with Gary to figure that out. And, you know, right now, the plan we have works. It's on the property that we have, and we would be able to accommodate the wall at 8 foot. And I really think you need to understand that we're going to have a substantial jump. If we have a 6-foot wall here, you're going to have a 6-foot wall that will have a 6-foot high jump at this eastern end that we would have to I guess, look at. And if that's not a big concern, then again, that's more aesthetics, but it will look a little bit strange, in my opinion, as we see these walls that need to step, and they can only step in 15-foot sections. I mean,
Right.
that's
Right.
the nature of a concrete wall that we have.
Okay. Anything else? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask individually. I want you to say either 6 or 8, just so we have an idea.
I said 8.
You asking me?
Oh, yeah, I was going to start over here.
Well,
Let's
you
start.
looked at me, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, no, let's start over here with Thomas, with Councilman Thomas. What size do you want?
What size do I want? 8?
Okay. Clint?
8.
Don?
Oh, gosh, can you come back to me? No, I just want to say one thing. I think that we.
6 or 8?
Just really quick, I'm going to explain why I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote. I think this opens up a fact that maybe we didn't think the subdivision out right in the first place, because I think they have a valid point with such a small backyard and a large fence. I honestly think they have that. So maybe they should never have been allowed to be that close to the road in the first place. That's just my thought. But with having said that, I'm going to go with the 8-foot wall.
Okay. Zach?
8.
8? Thomas?
I already said mine.
6. Okay. There you go. You got your answer.
Thank you.
We'll stick with an 8-foot wall
Appreciate you guys'
consistently
time.
throughout the whole project. No other discussion on it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Council, I think that brings our meeting to a close. I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
I'm not making it.
So moved.
So moved.
Had to do it. That was
What? Close it.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for enduring this long meeting. We appreciate it. And hope you have a good evening. And you two girls deserve a cookie for staying so long. So don't leave.